Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the evil that men do. Father God, I pray and ask that you help me to have mercy on others the same way I would want you to have mercy on me. Father God, I also ask that you help me to be quick to forgive and slow to get angry. Amen, amen, amen. These young dudes out here don't respect shit until you put the barrel in their ear and let the text spit. I just might catch a case on my next hit, remove their whole face on some special effect shit. So show respect, Drake, or I'ma have a flashback. Digging through the dresser like fuck it, where my mask at? The mash back with the banger and damage shit and say fuck everything I learned in anger management. Hop back on some east side daddy shit and push a nigga's top back when I let the cannon spit. Start planning shit, premeditation. I'm in love with the streets again, rededication. Casket or cremation when I shoot you down. I was built full of smoke like a hookah lounge. I keep big shit that sound like a bazooka sound, and I shoot quicker than ain't gotta be a hoop around. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Gun on me, it ain't never for show, homie. I'm far from a bully, but I'm never a hoe. Get out of line, my Beretta will blow. Real talk, we can take the beef wherever we go. I bring it to your front door like I'm Uber Eats. I guarantee you listen up when this Ruger speaks. Plus I maneuver through these streets like a ghost, and I'm handy with the heat. I cook a nigga like a roast. On me, homie, this is not a boast. I will still come through, boy, and stop a nigga's post. Play him close, man, Eric will ease it. Quickly off the waistband, man, and Eric will squeeze it. Leave you niggas laid out dead or paraplegic. Niggas playing in these streets while I'm very strategic. I come to your house dressed like the gas man. Shoot you 9 times, leave you stretched by the trash can. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. I don't put shit on Facebook, I just holler in person. Put the pistol in your mouth while you holler and cursing. All that shit you kept rehearsing and put on your live, got your clap with the big 4-5. You bitch nigga, if you tell me to pull up, I'ma do that. That nigga who was whooping first nigga that I shoot at. Ski mask on my face, bystanders be like, who that? I ain't with the talking, bitch, boy, I thought you knew that. Leave his brains where my shoe at and bounce like I'm on a trampoline. Leave you laid out, nigga, like you camping on the scene. If you want something sweet, grab a peach or tangerine. Niggas won't smoke, but fuck it, I'ma let them handle steam. AR with the lean, you see the red dot? We tug on this trigger, nigga. It'll make your head pop. Blood pouring down to your shoes, call it Red Sox. Your brains hanging all over your shoulders like some dreadlocks. Expect the gang of dead off if they ever cross the line. The Lord said in the Bible, oh, revenge is mine. So I'm just trying to find a righteous path between the two. Before I lose control and do the shit I used to do. This being humble shit is new. I'm trying to turn the other cheek, but I ain't never been a bitch, so watch your mouth when you speak. Your mercy's what I seek, so I pray on bended knees. Don't let me get the K with the extended clip and squeeze. Lord, please. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps.
All right, y'all. Y'all know who it is. It's Brother Eric, 16 to life. And that brother is a good brother, man. You got to go over there and check out his body of work over there at 16 to life YouTube page. Also go over there to 16tolife.com and check out his gear, man. He got merchandise, music. He got other stuff going on. Good dude. Good brother. Good brother. Good brother. All right. Today y'all gonna get a treat, depending on how you look at it, a treat or it might not be a treat. Shout out to Sister Reza. Good to see you in the building, Sister Reza. Y'all might get a treat. Y'all, I don't know. It depends on where you sit. But we got Rico's Corner. It's Rico's Corner today, and Rico's gonna give us a word. Let's see, Brother Rico. Among the living. All right,
Good
brother.
afternoon, Brother Clarence. How you doing, sir?
I'm all right. What about yourself?
I'm doing well. I'm early in the afternoon. I'm pre-inebriated, but I am oiling the wheel. I am oiling the wheel.
All right, y'all. We got him early. We got him early in the stream, so
I might talk some sense.
Yeah, he might. The customer might be at 50% today.
Yeah,
right
I'm gonna try. I'm gonna keep it at a minimum to get through this part because.
All right, so Rico got some stuff he wanted to get off his chest. He said, "Brother, see, I got some stuff I want to get off my chest. Give me a few minutes." I said, "Okay, brother. Come on through, and let's do it." So it's on you, Rico. I'm gonna back out on it.
Well, and again, thank you, Brother Clarence, for giving me a minute or two to address something. There's nothing to get off my chest because little and small people don't matter to me in my life in any way. But nonetheless, I have this in particular, this little racist Latina that seems like she wants my attention. And you know me, I'm a firm believer. If you want my attention, I'm going to give it to you. Okay. So once again, because she doesn't have the sense enough to know how to take an L and just go away quietly. So she got her few little flunky Negroes that bend the knee to her bullshit. And then some little mammy ass black women that bend the knee to her bullshit. But I come from a school of, we call a thing a thing. And if you're a racist, you're a racist. You just got to wear that. So since, once again, they're going to try to conflate my marital preferences to go with their racism, there's no comparison. I will stack up my entire life against this big mouth, documented, demonstrable racist. So I'm just going to do this the last time. Actually, I won't do it the last time, but I'm going to do it this one time. Just take a couple of minutes. And I want us all to think about how when we come into contact with people, and like I said, this stream is about vetting. You need to vet the people that you come in contact with, people you talk to, and make sure that people aren't using you for their own benefit. I know as Black people, we are the most forgiving and welcoming culture probably on the planet. But unfortunately, sometimes we do so to our own detriment. So I know that in our space, we got a lot of what I call racist apologists, where a Black person will know somebody's a blatant racist, but they'll be out there jumping on the grenades and defending their racism and trying to tell you it ain't. The racists don't have to clean up their image. This Negro will do it for them. See? So I got the same level of compassion for the racist apologists for being so fucking stupid as I do for the racists themselves, okay? So let me tell you who I've given this honor to, whether this big mouth racist want to take it or not. And I'll show you how her own racist words is her condemnation, not mine, because I just see a thing and call a thing a thing. So we'll start out with this person decide, this non-Black person, this non-FBA Black person decide that she's going to speak to my community and tell us how we need to stop letting people pick at our Blackness. They have no reference point for what the fuck Blackness is. But once again, they're going to talk down to us in a condescending way. They're going to decide for us when we should stop complaining about oppression from our oppressors based on what they see. They don't have our fucking lived experience, nor do they care. But from a place of proximity to whiteness, they're going to determine how we should respond and behave. Okay. And I'll let the person do their own talking for themselves. So just give me, if you guys will bear a moment with me. And just so you don't say that I'm saying it, here they are in their own words.
Right?
That's what you
Anybody can come and pick at your scab. Stop with, be powerful.
No.
Apology?
Believe Black girl magic.
Oh,
Believe
so
unapologetically Black. Believe it. Don't just say it.
Okay, let's see the Chihuahua from Taquito Taco Bell again. So it's not my words, it's their words.
Right?
That's what you
Anybody can come and pick at your scab. Stop with, be powerful.
No.
Believe black girl magic.
Oh,
Believe
so-
unapologetically black. Believe it. Don't just say it.
So, folks, you see that? Black girl magic is a joke to them. It's a real thing to me. I believe in the beauty and the power of black women. So when you see people talk like that, they're speaking from the heart. You didn't hear one word come out my mouth about this bullshit. Let's play it again.
Right?
That's what you
Anybody can come and pick at your scab. Stop with, be powerful.
No.
Believe black girl magic.
Oh,
Believe
so-
unapologetically black. Believe it. Don't just say it.
So you guys see all the smirking. You see the condescension. See, when you guys are together talking about black girl magic and how you unify from having to deal with all the shit that black women have to deal with every day, that person's laughing. They're laughing at us. They're laughing at us. And sure enough, there'll be a couple of mammies and a couple of house Negroes that's over there on their knees excusing this bullshit. Excusing it. So that's all I'm saying. We're just going to keep it going, all right? The next thing this person decide they can do, they can take it upon themselves to call a black man. Matter of fact, let me not say it. Let me just show you. I don't want it to be said that I put no words in nobody's mouth.
Don't put that card. You came in like a complete bitch ass nigga, and I'm responding.
One more time. See, I don't put words in people's mouth, but I can interpret what you say. And if you say it, you fucking own it. You don't get to say it and then wash your hands of it. Okay? So let's go again.
Don't put that card. You came in like a complete bitch ass nigga, and I'm responding.
Where do you see me on that panel? Let me check one more time because maybe I was up there. Maybe that was something I said.
Don't put that card. You came in like a complete bitch ass nigga, and I'm responding.
And she said that as if she say that with regularity. That wasn't a slip of the tongue. That wasn't a first time. That wasn't an, oh, this is just at one time. She said that as casually as I would say good morning. Because that's within her. That's within her. We're not done, okay? In addition, she made a statement that she was taught to call people niggas since she was a toddler. And this is what I would say to you. If you're taught to call an entire race of people a derogatory term or slur at the age of a toddler, you need better fucking parents. You really do. You need better fucking parents. But considering the way that she fucking turned out, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. But that's okay. See, but folk, black folk, real black folk, I'm going to teach y'all to see a thing as a thing. And we can't look at a thing as what we want it to be or what we wish it was,
Rico.
but we must look at it as what it is.
Rico,
Yes,
make sure you turn the volume up because
they can't hear me?
Yeah,
Okay.
well, no, not you, but the
Oh, the words. Oh, okay. Let me
yeah.
replay this one.
Don't put that card. You came in like a complete bitch ass nigga, and I'm responding.
Okay? You came in like a complete bitch ass nigga, and I responded. Okay? So again, like I said, if in fact, at my age, at the age of nearly 50, if that's your defense, I was taught as a toddler to say things like that. At what point do you become responsible for what you do as an adult? It was all kinds of stupid shit that I was taught to say young in life, or what I said growing up. But in 2022, I have the responsibility to evolve to a better person. Now, I still say some words that I shouldn't be saying and saying things in a way that I shouldn't be saying it, to include the word nigger. But you know what I do? When I'm called out about it, I apologize. I try to self-correct. I don't lean in with no bullshit ass excuse or reasoning. But it gets a little deeper. It gets a little deeper. So again, all I'm trying to say is we got to see a thing for a thing. And if I call you a racist, it's because you fucking showed me that you're one. Okay? I don't put it in you. I didn't put that racism in your ass. Blame your parents. Okay? Then let's go a little bit further. Not only as if the word wasn't bad enough, we don't even get to have credit for it. Let's watch this. Let me tell you who owns it. Oh, but that's the wrong one. Sorry. Let me get right to it. Oh, sorry. Wrong one. We'll come back to that one. I want to make sure we're going to walk down the step. And this is not even all the receipts. This is just a few I was able to get right now.
Think you is. You don't own the word nigga. It belongs
Don't you
people.
see why?
Okay. All right. Everybody write that down because I didn't know that. White people own the word nigga. Now, just like she ain't black, she ain't white. So if she ain't white, then what is she doing stealing the word nigga? Because that's what she think of us. Because that's what she think of it. Because if the word white, if the word nigga belong to white people, it don't belong to your ass. But you don't have no problem pulling it out and throwing it on nobody. See, this is her trying to defend the use of it. Rather than just saying, hey, I was wrong. I fucked up. I shit the bed. This black man tried to give her an out. She too fucking stupid to take it. This is what happened when you give a rabbit chihuahua an exit ramp. That stupid motherfucker start biting his own leg and licking his own dumb ass because it's just that fucking stupid. Let's do it. Let's continue.
Don't you see why some people are having a problem with it if you're saying that no one should use the word and then you're calling a black man the word nigga?
No, I agree. No one should use the word. But again, it is a part of my vocabulary.
So that means that's in her book. So by that same logic, right, I guess it would be justified for me to say that the word B and H talking towards women, or in particular to her rabbit ass, that would be justified because I certainly grew up using it. But that would be a lame ass fucking excuse for me to use in 2022. That's what it would be. So let's play it again.
You think you is. You don't own the word nigga.
You don't own the word nigga.
Don't you see why?
It belongs to white people. So the word nigga that I'm calling you, black man, ain't yours. It belongs to white people, even though my ass ain't white. That's just call a thing. But I'm going to use it. I'm going to take the white man word that's a slur against you, and I'm going to use it against you. This shit ain't that hard. To call a thing. But you got niggas that's sitting over there. Oh, I'm sorry, black man, the brothers. You got so-called black men over there that's excusing and justifying this bullshit. Let it play through.
Don't you see why some people are having a problem with it if you're saying that no one should use the word and then you're calling a black man the word nigga?
No, I agree. No one should use the word.
I agree. No one should use it. But, and remember, everything after but is bullshit. But again, right? Well, let me just back it up just a little bit, right?
Shout out to
can't make this shit up.
Shout out to Brother Sim.
You can't make this shit up.
But again, it is a part of my...
Oh, I'm sorry. No one should use it, but...
No, I agree. No one should use the word.
But again, and everything after but is bullshit.
Again, it is a part of my vocabulary.
There's the bullshit. Okay? You guys got it? This shit ain't that hard. As one content creator I seen like to say it, this is easy work. She's repeatedly referenced on this same stream here with the TLA, I'm not Afro-Latina. TLA asked her, are you Afro-Latina? I'm not Afro-Latina. Don't put that black on me. When she was on Conversations with King, she was asked, but you not Afro-Latino. No, I'm not Afro-Latino. Don't you put that black nigga shit on me. You see what I'm saying, folks? So, you know, you got to be careful of the people who like to jump in and jump out occasionally. Okay, when it's convenient to them, right? Now look at the repeated way she talked condescending, in a condescending way, about black people that come to her racist ass mind. This is what she think of us. This is what she think of my ancestors, what they were doing, the very people that made it possible for that fucking Chihuahua to be in America.
You mean don't get disrespected? You were a slave here. You were a slave. Who do you think you are? You're a slave here. You're still marching. What are you talking about?
We're fighting white supremacy.
You're still marching. You're not fighting. You're marching.
We're fighting these white supremacists.
You're marching and begging.
No.
Okay? The people who made it possible for her little ratchet ass, made up, cake face, chihuahua looking ass to even be here was only marching and begging enslaved. That's who she was talking about. She's talking about the ancestors, and she's talking about people who are protesting now for the rights and the freedoms and the end of discrimination for people of color. See, nobody put that in her. I didn't put it in her, but that's what she thinks. That's what she thinks, she believes, and she feels. And there's even more shit to it. So what I'm saying is this person gonna try to cast an aspersion on me because my current wife is Salvadorian, or a white Tina, as she liked to call it. My wife would be caught dead. She wouldn't be caught dead saying none of this bigoted, racist shit that comes out her fucking mouth. Not only would she not be caught dead saying it, she better not catch her motherfucking ass saying it in a present form. I promise you that. But see, this is what she's trying to do. This is what she tried to do. So I felt like I needed to address it. Now, believe it or not, according to Mr. Easy Work, he's going to put together a black and brown unity panel. Let me ask you, chat. If you're going to do a black and brown unity panel, bringing together to speak about the positive forces between black and Latinos, you going to invite this motherfucker? You don't know no better Latino people than this. This is your leader that's going to speak to black people. Really? Really? What kind of black person would do? See, and that's our problem. We will bring the most defiled motherfucker in front of us and prop them up and expect us to take this shit. We'll bring the most unqualified fucking people before us and give them a fucking platform to talk down to us. And as much as I despise her racist ass, I despise even more the so-called sorry ass niggas that sit over there and prop her fucking ass up. And they do it nightly. They bend the fucking knee and they all know that she fucking talk like this. Running around telling other black men to suck her dick. I don't know. That's why I call her big mouth tranny. She look like one. They say believe all women. Chicks with dicks, that's what they are. And I'm a supporter of the community. I just don't like this one. I just don't like this one. Okay? I don't like big mouth racist trannies. Okay? That's all there is to it. So she been getting away with this shit. And I'm going to tell you, sisters, on the behalf of a real black man, I apologize. I apologize on behalf of real black men. Because it's always a sorry ass black motherfucking man that'll let a non-black person get away with this shit. It don't usually be sisters. It's a couple of little mammies over there, but usually a sister would have Benji checked her ass. They would have Benji checked her ass. But it will always be a fucking black man that'll bend the knee. Oh, well, she didn't mean that. What the fuck did she mean? What the fuck did she? There they go with that bullshit. I don't know what's on their heart. I don't know what the fuck is on her heart either. I know what she said out of her fucking mouth. And nigga, you do too. But this is what we do. This is the embarrassment. This little slice of black men who will sit there and shit on their own people for the benefit of a non-black person to feel comfortable in their racism. So they don't have to feel uncomfortable about their racist ass language, rhetoric, or behavior. I'm going to bend the knee and I'm going to say, oh, they didn't really mean that. That's exactly what the fuck they meant. That's exactly what the fuck they meant. They don't even give them time to defend themselves. I got it, ma'am. I got it, missus. I got it, mister. Toby got it, missus. I got it. I'm going, that's what they do. That's what they do. So you motherfuckers disgust me the most. You motherfuckers disgust me the most. Y'all gonna sit there and jump on a fucking grenade for a racist that's talking about the very goddamn same people that you come from. Because you want to okay this shit. You gonna put this racist ass motherfucker up on a black and brown unity panel? That's a fucking joke. That's a fucking joke. Somebody that talk about we let people pick at our blackness like a scab. Somebody ran around calling us bitch ass niggas. You don't have no better fucking Latinas than that? Are you serious? My daughter who just graduated from high school, all her goddamn friends is 1,000 times better than this motherfucker. You go out and get the worst fucking Latina. Go ahead. Go ahead, that joke of this shit. That's what you want to do. And like I said, and in spite of the history of racism, there's a dozen, and this is the part that really get me, right? All this shit that was said about me, the little slick this, I don't do slick this. I call the motherfucker out by name. Okay, Miss Jen on the block. Okay, she's still copying that whole same old fucking appropriation to Jennifer Lopez, who ain't an Afro-Latina, who don't want to be black. And that's fine. I really don't care. But she gonna sit up, these Negroes gonna let her sit up on a panel and trash a dead black man led by a woman with that history. With that history. Now, I was not a fan of Kevin Samuels. And I don't have no problem with people who did not approve of his message and his rhetoric, and especially black women speaking out against it. And I think when we do lose people in the black community, within our community, we need to have these discussions. But they don't need to be led by non-black people with that rhetoric. That's who shouldn't be leading the conversation. They shouldn't even be in the motherfucking conversation. They shouldn't even be in it. But y'all let that be your leader. Look in the fucking mirror and ask yourself, what the fuck is wrong with you? What the fuck is wrong with you? Next time, invite a Klansman to give you a class. Why not? Right. What's the difference? They Rico. Call us niggas.
Rico.
They say we ain't shit. They say all kinds of foul shit about it. What's the difference?
All right, Rico. I think we spent enough time on her. I mean,
yeah. With that being said, again, and any of her little fucking reporters can run back and report. When I say what I say, it's with the intent I will talk to anybody about this shit but that bitch. I mean, I'll talk to her about it too, but you know what I'm saying? I'm not like one of these motherfuckers that's gonna speak around shit. That's just unnecessary. So if you want to sit there and address me and my wife again, feel free. Feel free. But I will stack my fucking record up, me and my wife, against anybody's, any day of the week. Okay. I got the reputation for defending black women all my life, to include my 2 ex-wives, not baby mamas, wives, my daughter, my mother, right. My sister, all my granddaughters.
Rico, can I do some shout outs, Rico?
Yes, sir. Please do.
Can we do some shout outs?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's do some shout outs real quick. Let's move the ball down the road. We shout out Sister Quantum. Shout out to you, Sim. I already shouted you out. Reese already shouted you out. Big Rick Slaps in the house. Hey. Shouted you out, brother, doing the Lord's work out there. Our sister OG Patrice. Did you get in? Good. I don't know if you're back home yet, but if you got in, good. Just I mean, all you gotta do is send your little brother, hey, I got in. just to let you know. I'm not gonna be.
Oh, she traveling today?
Well, she did some traveling a while ago. I don't know
Yeah,
how long.
I know she went home, but I'm saying I figured she traveling back home.
Yeah. I don't know.
Oh,
I
okay.
don't know.
Safe,
So yeah,
safe
she's supposed
travel,
to be
safe
traveling
trip.
back home, but she didn't tell us when, man.
Oh,
So
okay.
we just want to know, did she make it back in?
Yeah.
Tristan, what's going on, man? Well, you heard the deal, so you know what I'm saying.
Go back and report.
You heard
Go
the
back
deal.
and report.
So, you know what I mean? So it's all good, man. It's all good.
But I still got love for you, sir. But go back and report.
We all do got love for you, Tristan. But we know that Jen is your offline people, so you gotta do what you gotta do. I understand.
You gotta live with that, not me.
Risa said, Rico, leave that boy alone.
No, she's not telling me. She's talking about the people that's talking about him.
Oh, okay.
About KS. Yeah, she's talking about let the man rest. That's how I am, wrestler. It's like I ain't, I didn't approve of it, but why these motherfuckers, they just keep dragging this man's name at this point? I said what I said, and I told Clarence, we don't need to keep talking about that. That's just, it's pointless at this point. I ain't got nothing new to say about it. And they don't either. They just regurgitating the same old shit, but they doing it for views. They pimping that man.
What we talking about, Rico? We talking about Kevin Samuels?
Yeah, Kevin Samuels. Yeah, Kevin Samuels.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what the whole stream was about. It was a big old shit on Kevin Samuel fest again.
Yeah.
Again. That's what it was.
Well, I mean, a lot of people probably gonna still milk that, man.
Yeah, but I'm saying that's what it is at this point. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? If you've done a stream or two and you got your views up, how many times are you going to?
Hey man,
do it?
Dennis, like you said, man, Dennis Sperling doubled his
Right. He just as fucked up too.
Yeah.
He just as fucked up too. He clearly is doing it. The number of streams he's done, oh man, it's ridiculous. All this, I'm defending his legacy. I'm like, you can't do that. You can't defend nobody's legacy, because if a man has a solid legacy, it will withstand the test of time. Somebody out here trying to, if you're trying to paint a turd to make it look like a flower, we still know it's a fucking turd. I'm not saying that about. I'm just using. That's just an analogy, because in the same way, if a person has a solid legacy, you can't cover it with shit because it's still going to shine through. If their legacy is a diamond and you cover it with shit, that diamond will shine through. It just doesn't matter. So I don't think that that's what it is at all. That's the narrative he pushed, because I think he's got a lot of pushback on people saying, okay, let it go. You milking it too much. And that's his justification to keep getting, he doubled the sub count. It went from 20,000 to 40,000. So you think he about to let the golden goose loose yet?
Nah, I don't think so. No. Hold on, Rico. Shout out to New Growth Old Soul, man. Glad to see you in the building, man. Mr. Real Estate, glad to see you in the building, brother. Let's see. Yeah, Tristan, man, you got some decisions to make over there. Big Rick said, aye. Brother Vaughn, what's going on? Dinosaur number 3, what's happening?
She catch it on the replay. But I don't put words in people's mouths. I don't do that. But see, this whole stream is about vetting, right?
Yeah. We're going to get to that. We're going to get to that.
So part of vetting is see people for who they are and not for who you want them to be.
Yeah.
That's what vetting is. So I don't see Clarence for what I want him to be. I have to see him for who he is. Because people are not going to be what you want them to be. They're going to be themselves. It always comes out in the end. That's how dudes screw up in relationships. We talk about vetting. Oh, I vetted her. Yeah, but you wanted her to be a housewife, but you knew she was a hoe. You knew it. But, she pretty smile, big butt. Oh, no, I'm going to change it. See? Vetting is seeing them for who and what they are and not what you want them to be. That's what my lesson was. My lesson was like, look, see this. A thing is a thing is a thing. It's not what you want it to be. Right. It is what it is. And see, those receipts exist for a reason, for us to see what this person is. So while they try to sit there, and that's why they can't paint that bullshit on me. because I don't have that record or that history of being out there. I don't have that. I don't have that, that record. If I had that record, oh, believe me, they would tar and feather my ass with it. But I don't have it.
All right, Patrice said, I'm still enjoying my vacation. Okay, shout out Patrice. All right, all you gotta do is let us know when you get in. Let's see who else. Sister Risa,
Queen Hanifa,
the Queen Hanifa. Hey, black man, peace to the chat. Okay, all right, y'all. We got some real sad news, man. We got some real sad news. There was a mother, man, that has been accused of doing something unspeakable, brother. Unspeakable. But before we get to her,
question: was it one of us?
No.
Woo!
I don't think any of these people is us. I think the first time I find out that somebody's not us. But
good
before
news.
that,
and I take that back, because depending on what the story is, I don't care who it is. It still is horrible.
Yeah, it's
but
horrible.
I'm just glad they can't drag us for it this time.
But before I get to that, we're gonna get to
all the mansions. I'm loving that. I'm loving that.
Before we get to this, no. That's the previous story. The real story is that comedian.
I did want to ask you, do you feel good about all them rich people losing their homes? They need to feel a little pain too. Shit, they got all the fucking money.
Yeah, Rico. But see, here's the thing. I'm not happy about no one losing their homes.
No, but you know what they'll do? I hope this is what it'll do, right? Because sometimes very rich people, and I shouldn't even say that because I don't know who these rich people are, but I know a lot of rich people that are detached from people that's not of their same socioeconomic level.
Agreed.
So I'm hoping there's some rich assholes. That's what I'm saying. But if they're rich, charitable people that are helping people, I don't want it to be their home. But I hope it's like them asshole hedge fund managers, them venture capitalists that be buying apartments and kicking poor people out and shit. Those people that be gentrifying neighborhoods and kicking people. I hope it's some of them. Because I'm like, it's a lot of asshole rich people in the world.
Yeah,
I think there are more rich assholes than rich kind people. So when I saw all those mansions in California, I'm like, Lord, let it be a hedge fund manager, a vulture venture capitalist, and all this cheating on their taxes and everything else. Get them motherfuckers.
I think that's what you meant, but I got to make you say it out loud. See?
Right. That's why
I think that you make everybody want their house burnt up.
I don't want nobody to get hurt. I don't want nobody in the house.
I hear you.
I just want their shit to get burned up, and then maybe they feel a little bit more empathy. So, okay, man, you feel sorry? You feel sorry when how people go through? You have a little bit of empathy?
Rico.
Yes, sir.
Rico. Okay, so we're going to, this is a story. This is a teaser right here. This is the one. This is something about, I don't know if you're familiar with a comedian named Andy Dick, white boy.
Yeah, that's the one that, is he?
Well, he got arrested a few years ago,
doing something.
Trying to diddle somebody, right?
Maybe same sex, maybe? He's kind of same sex, right?
Huh? Yeah.
I don't know if he ever came out and said it, but I mean, like, you look at him, you're like,
it's obvious, man. It's obvious.
Okay, all right.
It's obvious, right? Okay, so this is a story about him and how he invites some people over to his place, and they thought, well, because he's a star, we don't have to vet this person. We don't have to look into him and his behavior. And this is what happened.
Andy Dick has been arrested in Orange County on suspicion of sexual battery. He's accused of assaulting a man at a park, this park right here in Trabuco Canyon. Deputies got a call yesterday about an alleged incident at the campgrounds, O'Neill Regional Park. That's where deputies arrested Dick, and apparently during a live stream inside this RV, and then it sent the alleged victim to the hospital for treatment. Dick is expected to make a court appearance tomorrow.
All right, man.
What do you do? They put somebody in the hospital.
Well, you got to go get an ARP kit, right? You got to go get an ARP.
Okay, so they didn't say what he did, but
no, but what happened was in my opinion, based on what they were saying,
Mhm.
and some other news footage I saw, he had they had somebody in the RV with him. Like they had like maybe 2 or 3 guys in there with him, and then I think there may be one guy they probably drugged and arped him, you know what I mean, and had their way with him, and so that guy's going to the hospital to get it. But my point is, you know, they figured they didn't check the dude out, right? You just
No.
walk into some stranger's RV thinking they gonna give you, hey man, let's all drink, you know, let's all get wasted, and then
They got roofied.
yeah, man,
Yeah.
and
It's unfortunate.
yeah, but I don't think he's gonna have the money to get out of this one. But my question to you is, Rico, is vetting very important? Is vetting important?
Absolutely.
Should be important. Now, why? Why would you say that?
It's to protect yourself. It's the number one reason is to protect yourself. And like I said, you vet relationships, you vet friendships, you vet jobs, you should vet almost everything in life that you can. I think it is completely unwise to vetting is nothing but more than checking it out. You would check something out to make sure that it's, you would vet a business deal. You would vet something that you're about to invest money into. Not gonna just put my money in something and it just goes to shit. You're gonna check it out, and if you don't, and it's unfortunate that too many people, like I said, especially when it comes, say, and that's the 2 areas where people vet the least is relationships and sexual relations. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
They vet the least because of their carnal nature. They allow their lust to just run right through every red flag that's known because of the lust.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
But Rico, they pay such a high price on the other side.
Yes.
Like if you just see, now me and you, we were on another stream. Shout out to We on Lock. We were talking about beauty appearance, right? And how you yourself were saying that shouldn't be the only factor. Of course, it's going to count, but it shouldn't be the only factor. But a lot of guys, that's all they use, right? It's just the beauty appearance, right? They figure, hey, I can work with everything else. I know this is I know she's a bad person. I know she used to be she's a 304. I know she's, she wants to work 90 hours a week or whatever it is. I'm still gonna try to make a situation work.
Because she look good, and like that's stupid.
She looks good, right? But she doesn't have she has no respect for authority. That is a big red flag, man. When a woman has no respect for authority, because if she don't respect authority, she won't respect yours. Exactly.
She don't respect you.
Yeah, but some dudes think that's cute, right? They think that's cute that a woman is
because she's pretty. She's pretty. Man. She got a big butt, big behind. That's it.
She worth it.
Yeah. That's it.
But anyway, brother, this is a sad story. Comes from a mother had an issue with her ex-husband. She had an issue with everybody. She had an issue with her ex-husband.
Where was this at?
This is in Philly.
Okay.
This is in Philly. This is an Asian woman. She had I guess I don't know what she was doing before this, but she had 2 sons. She had 2 sons by 2 different cats, right? That is very rare for the Asian community, right? That's usually something that we do, or Caucasian community. That's usually more us doing stuff like that, right? Maybe the Latinos, maybe they do the same thing, but
stuff like what?
2 different dads for 2 different kids, multiple baby daddies.
Oh yeah.
That's usually, I mean, that's rare for them.
Yeah, for Asians, it's rare.
They're culturally, man.
It's primarily us, and I would say Latinos too.
Yeah.
But mostly, we're probably leading that number 1, and then followed by Latinos number 2.
Okay, I would agree with that.
And then there's a big drop off. Well, then it's a drop off to white, and they're probably in last place on that metric.
Who?
Multiple baby daddies.
Who? White people?
No, Asians.
Oh, Asian. Yeah. I would say the same thing.
They would have the lowest number of people that I think of women that would have multiple baby daddies, or even dudes with babies by multiple women.
Right. It's
Because
culturally.
even the dude, the Asian dude, have one and done, or have 3 and 4, but they by the same one. They don't believe in spreading their seed very much.
Well, they don't. They culturally
They'll
don't
right. Their culture don't
value
believe
in a woman that has
spreading the
already had
seed.
children by another man.
Yeah,
They don't
that's
see,
just
they don't play that.
that's
Okay.
frowned upon.
Right. So so this is a story about her and what happened when she shot, unfortunately, her 2 sons because she had a custody dispute. She had a lot of different stuff going on. She had a custody dispute with the ex-husband of the last child's father. She wanted to take the child to Vietnam, right? And he didn't want her to take it. So he was standing in the way of the passport process, right? You know, so and then he said, "You're not taking a child." So she was like, "I am going to take a child." So he stopped paying alimony, stopped giving her support. So now she can't pay her rent. So now she's going to get kicked out of her spot. You know what I mean? And so he was doing all this stuff to try to stop her from taking a child out of the country, right? And so anyway, let me play the video. But my point is, I don't think the dude looked for the mental health of the woman. Now I will say this: a lot of people, especially women, they have a technique where they can cover up mental illness by raising the sexual tension in the relationship. Follow what I'm saying? Like,
yeah,
in other words,
I think that's true to a degree.
Yes.
And then to the degree of the mental illness. So, you know,
Well,
if you just got some high mental illness,
but I'm saying
it ain't gonna hide it.
Right. But I'm saying most of them are functioning. See, most of them are functioning. So it's not like they're way outside the spectrum. Right. Most of them are functioning with this mental illness, right? So they can cover up. When you start sniffing it, what they do is raise the sexual tension in a relationship, and then the person that most of us as men, we drop the scent, right? It's like when in Scooby-Doo when they run through the water, right? And the dogs drop the scent, right? We drop the scent because we say, oh well, she raising the sexual tension. That's what I really want. So let me focus on that, right? And so we drop the scent. Now this situation right here, from what they're saying, she had a lot of mental illness issues that were overlooked by both the fathers. But anyway, let's get into it. Let's watch it.
Now at 5, NBC 10 has new details about a mother in Bucks County accused of shooting her own sons. Police say she also tried to shoot her ex-husband's relative.
Wait a minute, where is that happening? What does that sound like that? Let me switch to another one, man. That doesn't sound too good at all.
House. It looked like they had a little bread.
Yeah, man. What the hell?
In Bucks County, I want to say Bucks County in Pennsylvania. I want to say is a well-to-do county too. I think. I'm not sure. I'm not from Pennsylvania.
Right now at 5, NBC 10 has new details about a mother in Bucks County accused of shooting her own sons. Police say she also tried to shoot her ex-husband's relative before she took off. You're watching NBC 10 News here at 5 o'clock. I'm Jim Rosenfield.
And I'm Tracy Davidson. The children are still in the hospital in extremely critical condition. Tonight, NBC has learned more about the legal battles between the woman and her ex-husband and the safety concerns he had.
NBC 10's Deanna Durante uncovered those new details in court filings for the couple. She's joining us live from Doylestown with what she learned today. Deanna?
Well, it's important to note here that Trinh Nguyen had 2 boys that she's accused of shooting, and those boys had 2 different fathers. These court documents we obtained today, we've gone through them, and this was the divorce and custody proceeding between the father of her youngest child, one who wanted changes to the custody agreement, even went to court just a few months ago, asking a judge to keep Nguyen from taking his son overseas for the summer.
We know police say Trinh Nguyen shot her 2 sons as they slept in their beds, and that shooting happened a day before she was scheduled to.
Wait a minute, Rico. What happened? Shout out to jail. What happened in this girl's mind where she decided to execute her children? That's basically what she did.
Well, unfortunately, they're not dead yet. But I mean, they said extremely.
Dead.
Oh, they are.
Dead.
Oh, since this.
Yeah, they upgraded their charges from attempted murder to murder.
So they both passed.
They both passed.
And the husband?
No. It's the ex-husband wasn't.
I mean, well, and the ex-husband, he passed too because she shot all three, right?
No, I don't think she shot the ex-husband. She just
she did.
tried
She
to
just
shoot
shot the
a
kid.
relative. She tried to shoot I think she shot a relative and he survived. But
I thought it said it was shot. Okay, so well, she was in a custody battle with the ex-husband.
yeah, she was in custody battle with the ex-husband.
But this is not. I mean, we've seen cases like this where the non-custodial parent or whatever the case, or maybe losing custody, they kill the kids because they don't want the other parent to have them.
But why kill the kids, Rico?
As you said, that's a mental illness that makes them think and believe. Some people, and usually it'll be. I want to say this happens more with men doing it than women doing it. That's the unusualness of this case. I don't know the exact numbers, but I think it's more men that do it than women that will kill their kids, because usually, women just won't. It's too hard. And a lot of times is when men do it, you'll hear, at least this is what you'll hear a lot of the time, they do it to punish the mother. They want the mother to hurt from her children being gone. Yeah. I'm gonna take her fucking kids from her. That is that sickness. Yeah. It's that sickness. So when a mother does it, it's very unusual.
Right.
Usually they'll take the money, the kids, and if she had got to Vietnam with him, dude would have never seen his kids again.
Yeah. Because you know what happened, Rico? She had did this before. She went to Texas with him.
Yeah, but when they do parental abduction and they go overseas, you can say bye-bye to your kids.
Right.
Them other countries, I told my son that, I said, don't you piss I off. She's gonna take my grandkids to Japan. I'll never see them motherfuckers again. Well, short of me going there. But I was like, that country ain't gonna give them back to you. I don't care. I don't care if you got custody. And a lot of those countries are like that. You can have custody of your kids in the US. Right. They get their ass on a plane and get them to another country. Those countries will not send those kids back, right. Especially if the parent is a citizen of that other country. They're going to say they're her kids. She's in Switzerland with her kids, and we're not going to take her. And not only we're not going to send her back, but we're not going to take her kids from a Swiss citizen, and give them to you in America. So that's the one place, and it is a and I would say this: if you decide to marry and procreate with a citizen of another country, that's when you better vet the fuck out of it. Yeah. You better vet. You ain't talking about taking them to North Carolina or Texas. When they talk about taking them to another country, all bets is off. Your ass you'll see your kids again when they grown.
Maybe.
Yeah, maybe. I've seen, if they haven't poisoned them, but I've seen just way too many cases where this is happening. It's tragic. It's sad how it turns out, and there's almost little to no recourse. So you better vet. You better vet. If you don't vet, you're gonna be a sad ass if she ever changes and flips out on you. So yeah, this is definitely mental health, which pushed her to do this. There's no explaining that. Mental health is mental health. I wonder if not only, like you said, that the ex-husbands missed the signs of it, was she ever seen by anybody?
I'm sure that's why they're not together.
Yeah.
That they felt like they felt like this chick is crazy. But they left the children there. That's the thing. Why leave the children there?
I guess it's kind of hard to believe or think that your ex will come back and kill her children. And I say, especially on a woman. It's not often that the woman does it. But almost in hell, you might as well say in 100% of the cases, male or female, there's something wrong with them that make a person kill their own child. But this woman, and I'm trying to figure out how did the first child was left with the father of the second child if it's not his.
No. The first child, they left with the mother. Left the mother with the first child.
So she killed him at her house, then went to ex-husband house and killed the other son.
No, Rico. Both children were living with the mother.
Oh,
There was no man living there. She was
oh,
alone.
okay. They were living with the mother.
They were living with the mother,
not the ex-husband.
Not the ex-husband. But the ex-husband of the last boy
wouldn't give her the paperwork to take him.
He knew what was happening because this happened already. She took him to Texas and kept him out in Texas for a while, and then came back. And so he said, if she get on a plane and go to Vietnam, she's gone. So he was in charge. The ex-husband was in charge of getting the passports together.
But goddamn, why the hell did she kill the first one?
I don't know.
The ex-husband was controlling that one too.
No. That's a good question. That's why we're talking about this mental health situation, man.
Yeah,
because you don't know what's going on, and anybody can catch a stray when you.
And I know he probably feel real bad because I would rather my son be taken to Vietnam than be dead.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying. So now that's got to be playing in his head. Maybe if I just gave this crazy trick the fucking passport, I might not see my son, but he'd be alive. And maybe
I'm sure he's thinking like you, Rico. He's probably saying to himself, "Why not do like Rico and just get him? You not taking him. That's it."
Yeah, that's number one. That's number one. Yeah, that's number one. Is I'm getting them, and then number two is if I can't get them. I mean, I don't know. I ain't never been with nobody that I saw. I've never been with a woman that I saw or I believed had the capability of murdering my children.
Oh man, you're not gonna see nothing like that up front, Rico.
Yeah, I know. So I can't. I mean, I haven't even seen any mental issues. Just the normal. That trick is crazy, but that's just shit. Hell, that's what we say about all.
That's red flags right there.
Yeah, no, but I'm saying we say that about. I'm saying we'll say that about anything. If she fussing too much, we'll call a man, especially a black man, we will call anything crazy. She ain't putting up with the infidelity. She crazy. I'm like, no, she ain't crazy. She ain't putting up with your ass cheating no more. That's not crazy. That's tired. But again, like I said, I don't know how you got to vet, and I'm pretty sure usually if a person really does have a mental issue, I guess I would think it would have to manifest.
This is what happens. This is what happened, Rico. So the red flags pop up, right?
Mm-hmm.
You see behavior that is adverse to a good relationship, right? You see little behaviors, but what happens is when you see that and the woman see you sniffing that out, just raise the sexual tension. So that now, okay, well, you're not gonna focus on that. You're gonna focus on the sexual tension because that's what you really want, the sex, right? So that's what ends up happening. But however, when you see bad behaviors don't usually go away. They usually intensify as a person get more comfortable in a relationship. That's when they stop hiding these bad behaviors, and now they start coming out even stronger. And then you say, "Oh, this person does it. This thing just came up." No, it didn't just come up. We seen it, but we just didn't address it. Right. So that's the other part of vetting. And when you see it, you have to address it. You have to make a decision on what. Yeah,
but if you're vetting prior to marriage, the addressing is just to get the hell out and move on. You don't if I'm dating somebody and we're not married, even if I'm in a relationship and we're not married and we don't have any kids, and I start to see evidence of mental health issue, not a fucking psychiatrist, I'm leaving.
Agreed.
That's it. So the vetting is to discover. Once you discover, and even if it's an issue of a woman's too jealous, or a woman has a drug habit, or a woman has poor money habits. Once you discover the issue, I ain't addressing shit. Bye. Now, I understand it may be more difficult. I understand it may be more difficult if you already become entangled with having children or being married. Now I'm compelled to try to fix the problem.
Right.
But if none of those two things have occurred, I ain't got to fix shit. That's your problem. But people do tend to try to stay to fix problems that's not theirs.
Well,
And
they lured in. They get lured in, Rico.
yeah, but the whole point is we can't fix problems that are not ours because we're not qualified. We're not qualified to fix people's mental health issues. You're not qualified to fix crazy, Clarence. I don't care how much. No. Right.
I'm not. Yeah.
I'm not either. None of us are. Only
That's
a trained professional. Only a trained professional is qualified to do so. Anybody else is just doing that street sidewalk psychology, and that get more people killed. That sidewalk psychology is the same as that sidewalk doctoring and attorney. Anytime you sidewalk a professional thing, you're just gonna fuck up. Yeah. You're gonna make it worse.
Agreed.
Why? Because you're not qualified.
That's why you should just let them go, man. You should let them go. Once you see serious mental issues, serious mental problems, like there's no way you're gonna be able to tell, oh, well, this person would kill their family.
That's hard to see.
Most of the time, you're not gonna see something like that.
Yeah, that's real hard.
It's just little things. You're gonna see little things.
I don't know if that reminds you and I think, but I don't know who it is. They got what they call there's actually, the funny thing about it is they do have this disease. I think it's called Munchausen syndrome. You ever hear that?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're women, and it's predominantly women, and they're in the throes of postpartum depression so badly that they've had women that kill 6, 7, 8, 9 of their children.
Yeah.
And they become addicted to the sympathy.
The sympathy
and the attention they get.
The attention because there was a
couple of famous cases.
Yeah. With a chick. Well, maybe I looked that one up and then we'll go.
Hey, New Growth, right? What I'm saying as far as financial illiteracy, no, it's not the same as mental illness. I just listed things that, like, in the vetting process, that are red flags. And for a lot of guys, financial illiteracy for a woman or man is a deal breaker. So people will put that in.
The thing about it is, for me,
and say that's a deal breaker. So in the vetting process, you discover a deal breaker. If I'm terrible with money, and that's a deal breaker, and you be like, oh, but he cute, I'm gonna try to work it out. You ain't gonna make me better with money, I promise you. And that's the mistake people make. They get into these relationships and they think they're going to fix the very red flag that for an unattractive person. So in other words, if the woman ain't good looking and she a 304, I ain't messing with that 304. If she's fine and got a big juicy behind, you overlook it. And I'll fix her. She just ain't had a good one like me yet. Like, nah, she had a whole lot of good ones, and she ruined their asses too. That's all I'm saying. It's just like, you have to
if there's some behavior that can be taught, like, for example, there's a skill that can be taught, like managing money. That can be taught, Rico. I mean, what you need to know is the person teachable? That is critical. Are they teachable? Are they humble? Do they have enough humility to be able to say, okay, let me listen to what you say. I may not agree with you, but let me listen to what you got to say. Or are they just dead center on, this is how I do money, you figure it out?
Okay, but that's at what age? At what age you think you teaching a 40-year-old woman anything?
Sometimes. I mean, sometimes they get themselves in a situation where they really want to get in a relationship. They really want to be married, and they're willing to take steps to be in a relationship.
Okay, well, maybe I'm wrong. I ain't seen a 40-year-old woman. I've seen them fake it to get in that relationship, but then that same bad behavior will come back up.
It can. So that's the thing. So okay. So Tristan said, Can you break down financial literacy? That seems very broad.
Always fucking broke, plain and simple. That's what I'm sitting there saying. People who live above their means,
Yeah.
high credit debt. So I'm talking mostly financial illiteracy, something that afflicts our community more than it should, in particular. So high credit, you got a shitty credit score. Your borrowing exceeds your income. If you're living above
That's
your means.
That's bad.
There's a lot of people out here who do that. And that's all I'm saying is when you're vetting, you should be looking for that because
shout out to Marcus.
Because there are so many people out here of all ethnicities that do it, but especially in our community, because there are so many people out here that live like that or are doing that you should be vetting to look for that, because 9 times out of 10, I'll be honest with you, when I married my wife, I came in and she had, more debt than I was accustomed to, and I wasn't really all that happy about it because I didn't have any. Now her credit was better than mine, but I was a cash and carry guy. I was a guy that if I didn't have the money to pay for it in cash, I just didn't need it. I'm still not the guy that everything I see, I got to get the new Jordan. No. And I love Walmart. I'm cheap anyway. So it wasn't that I would say I have great financial literacy. I'm cheap. You know what I'm saying? So and if you're cheap, you generally don't, you can be cheap and still have, financial illiteracy because like I said, I've always been able to earn money, but I'm cheap, but I'm not a great saver. So literally I was the type, when I get paid, I'm going to spend till the last dollar gone. Now I'm not going to go borrow nothing.
Right.
And I'm not going to go and get nothing on credit, but I would spend till, no, not frugal, cheap, Negro. I'm not even going to be nice. That's what you say, frugal, thrifty, no cheap. Right?
Negro try to clean it up for you.
I know they try, but I'll be honest about it. All
right.
So
all right, y'all.
that's what I'm saying.
So financial literacy, you like you said, you want to make sure, let's say, Tristan, you have a wife, and behind your back, your wife has got all these credit cards, and she's I saw a situation like that where it wasn't the wife, it was the husband. The husband had a mortgage company, and the mortgage company was doing okay, but he started gambling. He had a gambling problem. And so what happened, what he did was he started getting all this credit to pay people off. And that's the worst thing you can do to try to start paying people is borrowing the money to pay them. Yeah, because it just gets bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. And so anyway, he did all this stuff. By the time he turned around, he was like $500,000 in debt, right? He couldn't borrow no money from the house. He couldn't borrow no money from nowhere. He couldn't do nothing. And the people was coming to get the house. The wife didn't know none of this. The people was coming to get the house. The people was coming to get the cars. She didn't know none of it. So his solution to the problem was, I'll just murk her. That way, so he murked her and went on a run for about almost a year, I think. And they ended up finally catching him. But imagine that.
And you know what's so crazy about that? And here's the thing people need to be mindful of. If you're married and your significant other go out and run up all that debt and say he dies, or whether he die or not, you're still on the hook for their debt. You're on the hook for each other's debt.
Yeah.
So you could have not run up any. So that's why I said that was one sensitive spot, between me and my wife when we first met, because I told her, I was like, look, but I was on the hook. I helped her pay it off. Because basically I came into the house and I said, okay, I'm going to pay everything here, which I was going to do anyway. But I demanded that she pay down all that credit card debt.
Yeah.
Because I was just adamant, I didn't run none of it up. I'm not paying it off. But if you sit there and you support a person so they can do it, in a way, you are helping them pay it off.
Yeah.
I was like, look, I didn't bring no damn credit card debt. You ain't helping me pay mine off. Why I got to help you pay yours off? You know, it just like, I didn't get to use none of them. So no, you know, but then I went and paid everything else. So she didn't have to pay no household expenses, no car, no insurance, no nothing. So I'm like, in essence, you helping them pay it off, because now they can take all that money and pay off their debt.
Yeah,
You know,
but I mean,
for a lot of dudes, they're not going to want to do that at all.
But hey, if you sign up for that, that's a
Right.
different thing than if it's done behind your back.
Right.
You don't know what's going on,
Right.
and then you find out, and you know, or you know, it gets crazy like that. But anyway, let's finish this.
Yep.
Let's finish this one so we can move to next, because we got a couple other ones to get to.
To be evicted from the home she rented from her ex-sister-in-law. A look back at legal documents shows as far back as 2015, the father of her youngest son requested a custody agreement, saying that Wynn took off from the couple's home with the child and went to Texas, saying she wasn't coming back. At the time, the child was a toddler, and the couple had just gotten married, according to court filings. Eventually, the couple resolved the dispute, and nothing more was entered into the family court system until 2021, when divorce proceedings began. The couple agreed to splitting the value of a Philadelphia home. Wynn was to be paid more than $200,000 and granted monthly support payments. In addition to shared custody, a judge granted her request to take the couple's son to Vietnam every other summer. But in July 2021, Wynn went back to court saying her ex-husband was not complying and failed to get a passport for the child. Attorneys for her ex-husband fired back, saying Wynn has no income, had only recently begun to work selling eyelashes online, and that she was to be evicted from the home she rented from her ex-husband's sister, and that they feared with the hefty divorce payout she could flee to Vietnam and not return the couple's son. In court documents, the attorneys describe her as a classic flight risk and kidnapper. Ed Teeny told a magistrate he was looking to move closer to his son and was actively looking for a home in Newtown. There is nothing about Wynn's search for a new home. Again, she was set to be evicted from the house on May 3rd, and it was May 2nd. Police say she shot her boys.
Now,
Okay. I can understand her being upset. I can understand her having an issue. But this proves the point about the vetting process. When you don't look, see, if you are looking, you see there's little signs. I'm not saying you would have been able to see this exact situation happen, but there's signs you could see that, hey, something's not right here. And when something's not right, it's just like a fire. A small fire could turn into a big fire, right? So that's the custody battle that ended turning up in it. And now, because of her mental illness, she executed those boys in the bed while they slept.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I mean, it was a bad situation, man. And they were keeping them alive to harvest the organs. That's pretty much all they're doing now.
I mean, at least that'll be good for somebody else's child.
Right.
So.
But my point is they're legally dead. They're
yeah. No brain function. Yeah.
Yeah, right. Okay. Tristan, what are you talking about? It was probably causing COVID.
Tristan crazy.
I don't know, man. Yeah, I think you mad at Rico because he went off over there.
COVID then drove everybody crazy.
All right. So let's move on to the next issue.
Story.
The next story. We did this one. This is the other one? What happened to my other one? Oh, this is another one. Oh my gosh.
We got them queued up, sir.
All right. Let me see. Let me pull it up. Yeah, this one was bad too, man. This is more recent.
Is this us?
Nope.
Ain't none of them us?
We not on the page today, brother.
Yes. 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 It's usually always us.
It's usually us, man, but not this time. Not this time.
You have a right to be arraigned on that day, get your plea on that day, have your preliminary hearing in 10 court days and 60 calendar days of that day. Counsel Joanne? Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. The only words uttered by Angela Flores from the back of a Van Nuys courtroom today. She's the West Hills mom accused of killing her 3 children over the weekend.
And tonight, only on KCAL 9, we are learning more about her life in the months leading up to the tragic murders.
KCAL 9's Jasmine Veal with the latest.
The post that Angela Flores made to Facebook paint a picture of a woman who had just moved to a new city here in LA. She was looking for friends, companionship from other moms, and also help following a health scare, leaving those who interacted with her just shocked at the crimes that she is now accused of committing. Over the last year and a half, Angela Flores was active on social media, uploading photos and on Facebook, posting about her life in a private Facebook group called LA Mommies. One of her first posts to that page was on July 20th, 2021. It reads, "Hello, my name is Angela, and I moved here 6 months ago from Kansas City. I am a mother of 6. And I'm currently undergoing breast cancer treatments. I work in the real estate field and currently work from home. I am active but alone besides my kiddos, and I am looking for some friends for hiking, Korean spa, lunch, beach, etc. I have 4 kids still in home, 16, 11, only girl, 9, and 7. I live in the Downey area, but I drive all over. Let's be friends." Police say Flores admitted to killing her 12-year-old daughter, Natalie Flores, her 10-year-old son, Kevin Yanez, and her youngest son, 8-year-old Nathan Yanez, sometime over the weekend, with help from her 16-year-old son.
I was really shocked when I heard this.
You on mute, Clarence.
When you hear something like that, man, what are you thinking, man?
I'm wait a minute. I'm thinking, first of all, she said she got 6 kids. 6.
6. 2 are gone. 2 are out of the house. Yeah. So she had actually 4 living with them.
So they ain't all the same baby daddy.
No. I think the last 2.
That's usually us, right? Okay.
It is usually.
I'm just pointing out, like, okay, she's supposed to be a Keisha, right?
Yeah.
Right. Because you know, the man was being telling you this don't happen. And I'm like, she look like America's top Becky.
Hey, this don't happen. That's why you need to run over there, Rico.
Right. She looks like America's top Becky. And I'm like, yeah, that's why I want to know, Tristan, where's the father? Because that's only supposed to be us, right? And I'm like, everything I'm hearing is single mother, 6 kids,
right?
Multiple baby daddies.
Right.
Did they say, they didn't say Keisha?
No.
What?
No.
What in tarnation? So
no. They coming up. They coming up.
Oh Lord, have mercy.
I don't know if this is, I got full before, brother. So I don't know if this is a real gin, man.
That's probably her. That's probably her.
I don't know.
That's probably her. She over here spreading racism on the page. We good.
Nah, man. I don't know. I don't know.
That's her.
I don't know. I got full before, and then I went off on her avatar, and it wasn't even her. Wasn't her avatar. Wasn't it?
That's because you went off on the fake avatar. That's her. She know that indictment fucking neck, and it's gonna stay there.
Shout out to Jen on the block.
It's gonna stay
there.
Right,
so but Rico, here's the thing, man.
Yeah.
When you hear this, well, first of all, like you said, that's supposed to be us.
That's supposed to be us.
I mean, when you hear the story, you're supposed to. When you see the visual, what do we all do? Oh,
yeah, they always talk about black women like that. That every characteristic that this woman has, they put on black women and black women exclusive.
Right. So the
as if it doesn't exist in other communities.
Okay. So what would your boy Chaotic say about this? This is an anomaly.
Yeah, that he would probably, because again, being the race apologist that he is, right? Being the race apologist that he is, whenever you can show ample examples of it existing in other places, you know, like I said, I don't believe in black history, but I believe in all of white history.
Right.
It's that exact same narrative. I don't believe in any black history because Africans and niggas, they never did nothing. But I believe in everything that the white man did.
Right.
That's what he did.
Shout out to Rilla. Shout out to Rilla.
Look at her. That's her. Don't you remove their comment.
Easy, Jen. Easy.
Don't you leave her here.
You got some issues, but easy.
Yeah, she got a lot of issues.
Ezy. Well, it might not be her, brother. It might not be her.
That's her.
So I'm going to say it might not be her.
1,000%. That's her racist ass. I know it is.
I got food the last time, brother. So I don't know.
You ain't gonna get food. You ain't gonna get food. I'm
Tristan,
surprised she
is
was telling me to
that
suck her
Tristan?
dick. I'm
Tristan,
surprised
is that
she want to call me a
Tristan
nigga.
asked
Go
us
ahead.
for us. Is
Go
that,
ahead.
is
Call
that,
me a nigga. You can do it. You can do it. We already got the receipt. One more time ain't gonna hurt.
Stop it, Rico. Stop it.
One more nigga's not
Tristan,
gonna hurt. You got it in you. You got it in you,
Is
sir.
that Jen?
You got it in you.
I don't know. Tristan know in it.
That's
no,
her.
in the heartbeat. See, he don't even know. So I don't
Right.
want to.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's her.
I don't want to say that because
That's her. That's the type of language that she speaks in.
well,
That's
might
the
be,
type
but
of language that she speaks in.
Might be.
I know
but,
racists talk well. Yeah, that's how when you easily trigger a racist. I love it.
All right.
I'll talk about your ass tomorrow too.
We got some
Go ahead.
serious talk.
But
getting
back to the story.
Yeah. Okay.
Her having 6 kids, and I mean that's a lot to deal with as a single mother.
Okay, so let's put it all on the table. She had 6 children. She has 4 living with her still, right?
Yeah.
She's a single mom, so obviously there's no man around, right?
Nope.
And somebody either got tired of her or she put them out or something happened, right? So there's no man. So she was lonely. She was looking for a validation in the form of friendships from other people. This is where dangerous.
Yes.
This is where that validation gets very dangerous, right? So that validation with the vacuum of the validation can quickly lead to depression. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. So in the depression can quickly lead to instigate mental illness that has been maybe put on the back burner. It can push that back out to the front burner where now you can see the signs more clearly of mental illness. See, people don't, that's what I'm talking about, Rico. People don't get to 20, 30 years old, 40 years old and they know how to hide it. They know how to hide it.
But the thing is, she didn't really have to hide it. There was not another adult in the house, and the children, they're gonna look past it because that's their mother.
Well, see, they hide it because they want custody of the children.
Right, but I'm saying she had custody of the kids.
They'll be functioning. They'll be functioning with all these issues.
And there's another sign here too. You're talking about a woman who moved from Kansas to LA with her kids. So now maybe she's gotten away from family, so she's isolated. Okay. Ain't got no husband. That's a big lift trying to date with 6, the mother of 6, and maybe 4 more. I mean, 4 in the house.
4 in the house.
In LA. In LA, one of the hardest dating cities in the country. Not the hardest, but one of the hardest. She just put way too much on her fucking plate.
Yeah.
And the problem is what happened, and with what's going to happen next month, I can see more of this possibly happening because obviously it's going to be more children born in this world. It's not going to be fewer. I mean, yeah, it's not going to be fewer. It's going to be more.
What's happening next month?
Well, the end of Roe.
Oh.
You know what I'm saying? And people with their same sexual habits, I'm not going to say it's going to be an explosion of kids, but it's going to be a fucking uptick.
Yeah.
It's going to be a huge uptick. If nothing else, you got 26 states. You got half the country that day one is outlawing it. Day one. Yeah. Not in 6 months, not next. They already have laws on the book to outlaw it, that it's triggered the day Roe's overturned. So if it's overturned June 15th, motherfuckers get knocked. If their body even pregnant before then in these states, Alabama, Louisiana, Texas, Mississippi, that's it. You keeping that motherfucker whether you wanted to get rid of it or not.
Yeah.
And that might be a good thing. I don't know. I just think that there's a lot more ripple effects that we're going to see because we've been 50 years where it's been legal in all 50 states. And now day one, it's going to be illegal in half the country. And then maybe even more.
Okay,
That's
but
all.
Rico, here's the thing, and I agree with you that that's probably going to shift things around a little bit. But getting back to our story,
Right.
now, of course, it's probably not nobody thinks when you get with somebody, they will have the capability of doing something horrendous like this. Nobody
But
would
what
think.
I'm saying is in this story, I don't think those children had a protector because there's not a father or a husband in the house. You have to know more the backstory to see if, in fact, maybe her parents or siblings knew something. Because oftentimes,
I'm sure.
it will be somebody that will be like, while the rest of us
They
is
never
shocked.
thought this would happen. They never thought this would happen, but I'm sure they knew it was some questions about her,
behavior,
health.
Yeah,
I'm sure.
and
There's
she didn't
always
get the help.
breadcrumbs.
Yeah.
And so my thing is now, the oldest boy that was in the house helped her get rid of the other ones.
The what?
The oldest boy that was in the house, I think he was 16.
Yeah.
He helped her. So they plotted together to get rid of the other children.
All right, let it play. Yeah, because this is crazy.
Okay.
Now I'm stumped with the mother behavior.
Yeah.
But the 16-year-old, how fucked up you got to be to kill your siblings?
Now that's a whole nother discussion.
Yeah.
Because see what happens is the mother is able to persuade the son. She was able to persuade him to participate.
But it's funny too because you get in some, you do just like obviously that's the case in this. That's the case in this story. But you hear other stories where a kid as young as 16 or 15 or even younger will go out and turn their parents in for doing things against their siblings. So it still come down to, the mother persuaded them, but it still had to be something a little bit in the kid themselves, because I'm just saying it's something in them to make them say, I've been loving these kids for 16 years and all of a sudden I'm going to murk them because mama told me. I would look at them like, my mama like, what the fuck are you? And he's 16. He's not 6 or 10.
She passed on the mental illness to him.
So, but then that's what I'm saying. Then maybe he has some sort of mental illness. That's
what I'm saying. She passed it on to him.
Yeah, I don't think it could be purely manipulated. I think it
no,
a little more than that.
No.
Okay.
It was the damage done by the missing father. The father's not there. So she was able to not only manipulate him, but groom him into this mental illness where at some point she could say, hey, help me destroy our family. Okay, let's do it. Right? Because the average 16-year-old would have said, what are you talking about? They would have went to a counselor, a teacher, or something, right? Mm-hmm. The average 16-year-old. But this boy said, okay, I'm going to do this, right? Because what happens in mental illness is, and I'm not a doctor, Rico's not a doctor, so we're not doctors, we're just giving our opinions. And with my opinion in mental illness, what happens is they don't see the future beyond what they're doing. So in fact, they think, okay, I'm going to do this. Whatever pressure they have in their head will go away. The pain will go away, and it will go. They don't see the other things that's going to happen. The other dominoes that are going to fall. They're not able to consider that when they doing they act, right? Mm-hmm. Because most of us as rational people, we're able to say, okay, if I go to, like me this morning, I said, now if I go to get some lunch now, I'm not going to be able to be on the show. So I'm going to have to do it later, right? And so am I going to do it? Is it going to be okay for me to do it later? Yeah, it'll be okay for me to do it later, right? So I had to consider that, because if I would have went and tried to get something and just have it here, right? My people ate all my, they ate all my, what did I make the other day? Fajitas. They ate all my fajitas. So I couldn't bring no fajitas with me. So I would have had to go get something to have it here, right? And so, but anyway.
Let's see what the rest of the story is. Who is this guy? Who? He's not the 16-year-old.
I think he's a neighbor.
Okay. I want to hear what.
I'm gonna play it right now.
Okay.
Let's see. I was on the road too, man. Doggone you, Rico.
What?
I was totally shocked. I still can't believe what happened.
It was through this Facebook page she connected with Dr. Ariel Orion, a plastic surgeon in Beverly Hills.
I do pro bono breast reconstruction for breast cancer patients, and she reached out to me for help.
Dr. Orion could not comment on whether or not Flores was ever his patient due to patient confidentiality.
She seemed like a very sweet lady, but I didn't see anything else that would have alarmed me.
Flores received messages of support from other mothers, one writing, "Sorry about what you are going through." One mom shared with us this private conversation she had with Flores on Facebook about their kids' activities. Flores wrote, "My 2 youngest boys play competitive football. My daughter wants to do gymnastics, and my 15-year-old kung fu." There's also a post from Flores that same month that shows empty moving boxes around the time when Flores and her 4 children began renting this home on Victory Boulevard in West Hills. Flores also writing this, "Thank you, ladies. I felt it was time to stop living in my head alone, if that makes sense. Thanks for your support." The cause of the children's deaths was not released. Meantime, Flores is due back in court for that arraignment on August 10th, and she remains in jail still on $6 million bond. Here in the newsroom, Jasmine Veal, KCAL 9 News.
What about the damn boy? I hope his ass locked up too, right?
I think they were trying to find him. I think he was on the run.
Lord.
They were trying to find him.
That little nut on the run.
Yeah,
he like that fool from Alabama.
Yeah, but I mean, he ain't gonna get far, man. You got no money.
I mean, I hope not. His ass need to be caught. He killed his 3 siblings.
Yeah,
he needs to be caught.
He helped. I don't know.
Yeah,
if
but he needs to be caught first before he hurts somebody else.
But here's the problem. Here's the problem in that situation. Shout out to Army vet. Appreciate you, brother. Here's the problem. So in this situation, we have a child, right? We have a son. Now, some people call them son husbands or whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
But because there was no male around, he was groomed to be this person, right?
Mm-hmm.
And she not only ruined her life,
she ruined his.
She ruined the 3 children's lives. She ruined his. Now, my question to you is, how can you get around that as a 16-year-old? How can you get around that if you have never been taught any different? Because obviously the woman was the whole time, his whole life, teaching him, hey, I'm in your corner. I'm in your corner. When I need you, you're going to have to step up or whatever, right? How do you get around that?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, it's a very, very, very difficult. It's a hard load. I can't imagine, my mother putting me in a corner like that to do something so bad. And I know it's not easy. I'd probably, at that age, I probably would have been too scared shitless to, go ahead with something like that. But there are some kids who have grown up, thank God, and spoke out, whether it was to a teacher, a neighbor, a friend, somebody, and asked for help and prevented it from happening. So we know it can be done. I would hate to think that I would hate to think it's that many mothers that would be trying to groom their 16-year-old to kill her other kids, even with her. No. And if it was a bunch of mothers that was trying to do that, I would like to think that most 16-year-olds would be like, hell no, I'm not doing it. But I just really don't know. There's no straightforward answer to it. It's just it's a fucked up place to put a 16-year-old in.
Definitely.
It's just horrible. Definitely. But there's no straightforward answer. You can't say they will do it. You can't say they won't. I think it's a case-by-case basis. Some will do it. Obviously, this kid did. And there are some that won't.
Yeah.
And that's a good thing.
That's a good thing. But I'm saying but it's, see, we got to see, what I'm trying to focus on is what could a kid see? A kid that's a grown man that's dealing with a woman that has mental issues. He can make up his mind to leave.
Well, he wasn't raised by her. So a grown man wasn't raised by her. So he don't have that same level of allegiance. A child, you were raised by this person was your first nurturer and protector from the first time you opened your eyes into this world.
Right.
So there's a bond that's developed. So I know that that's what makes it extremely hard. But nonetheless, usually by the age of 16, pre-adulthood, you formulated enough between knowing right from wrong, and usually just knowing right from wrong would tell you, nah, mama and daddy telling me to do some really wrong shit that I can't do.
But see,
but some kids are bright.
That's assuming that people were raised like we raised, right? Where right?
Yeah, but I would right,
wrong,
and you figure. But I figure too is one thing we got to do is like say I know there are the issues that go on within the house, but also when we start talking about these kids, most of these kids between 12 and 16 spend maybe more time outside of the house than they do in the house. So if you're not picking up your values within the house, oftentimes you do pick up a lot of shit outside the house as well. Because I'll tell you, you know this from having teenage sons. I'm like, half the shit my teenage sons did, they didn't learn in the house. They learned that shit with their friends.
Exactly.
Out in the street. So it's like, I don't think my kids maintained, but maybe 20% of what was taught in the house. The rest of that shit, they got out there in the streets because that's what they wanted to do, even though it was going against everything that you and I told them to do.
Right. And you know what I mean? Just sometimes they just have a taste for it.
Yeah.
Tristan said, she's telling Quantum Love, I mean, I grew up in a single parent home, a leader leads. We're not saying every single parent home is going to end up like this, man. We're not saying that. Okay. All we're saying is that it's better if the man is there. It's better if the man is there for the boys, especially. But you'll see that there's an issue, because if you have children, typically people that want to have children, they want to be together, right? If there's an issue, that means either the man had an issue, the woman had an issue, or both of them had an issue, and somebody had an issue and nobody wants to stick it out, right?
And when you see situations like that, even if they break up, you know, usually a woman with that many kids, you would hope she would have a family member move in with them. Like, move your fucking mama in, you know, your sister, somebody, because
she moved from Kansas City.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. If she had, you know, it would have been better, because in situations like that, that's a big household for any single parent. Even if you don't have mental health issues, you're a single parent with 4 kids. That's a lot. That can stress the shit out of you, especially you know, even at those ages. You know, that's a lot. So you know, having some sort of, and I don't know what her circumstances was, but I would tell any woman, if you got more than 2 kids and you're a single parent, be around your family for support. So when you get that 3rd or that 4th, don't move away from your family. Stay in proximity to your family for support, because that's a lot, especially as a single parent. And if you got a husband, that's a totally different thing. Don't be trying to move all the way across the country by your damn self. You know, don't be doing that, because when you find yourself, you know, you're going to have financial issues, you're going to have, you know, disciplinary issues, you're going to have all kinds of, you may have health issues, whether it's you or your kids, you're going to need some fucking help.
Right.
You're going to need some help.
Right.
It's just crazy. And I think when people do that, she made her burden heavier.
Yeah.
You make it heavier when you move up. Now, again, maybe she didn't have any family, but if you move away from family with that many kids as a single parent, shit, you threw another 50 or 100 pounds on your cart that you didn't have to have.
Yeah.
Hell, you know, my mother she wasn't going to take my kids, but as long as when I was a single dad and I was young, every so often I could take them over there and she babysit every now and then. That's a huge damn lift. But now she out in LA, like, ain't nobody doing that that's just crazy.
Right.
But, you know,
again, like I said, man, you know, sometimes we make decisions, man, and we all have made bad decisions. So
we're trying to be right. Yeah, you can't be stronger than what you are. And I'm like, 4 kids? That's a fucking lot.
Man, you know, well, sometimes, Rico, sometimes a bad breakup, right? Somebody
Yeah.
just say, forget it, I'm gonna just move across the country, right? Just to get away
By
from this
yourself,
person, right?
fine. Yeah. If I'm by myself, yeah, do it.
Yeah.
If you by yourself, do it. If you got one kid, okay, maybe two. After
Maybe.
that, that's a lot to be putting yourself out there as a single mother.
That's a
And
lot.
basically you're saying you're gonna to hell with so she had 7? Oh.
No, I think she had 6. She had 2 that
Maybe
were out of the house.
Patrice seen another article or another
Oh,
story.
okay,
where it's
maybe
like,
so. But
yeah.
I mean, this article said she had 6.
But I look, and that's if she had 7 and 3, that's Keisha. Black Manosphere, where you at? Where you at, Black Manosphere?
It says she had 7 kids, and 3 were with the father. 3 were with.
I know what it is. I know what it is, Clarence.
With the father.
She was a red bone. She ain't white. She red bone.
Red bone.
Yeah, she red bone. She ain't white. She ain't white. She red bone.
For a 16-year-old son, it's a sad situation all around the board. Oh man,
Yeah,
if that's true, you may be right, Patrice. You may be right, but yeah, man, it was an ugly situation all the way around. It was.
I feel bad for those kids.
But the point is, we got to vet people better. Not only the women, but the men too. We got to vet people better, because sometimes we will see something and see what happened. I don't know how women do it, but men do it like this. Men will see something really out of pocket and just be like, man, that's way out of pocket. And then the woman will, it bump up the sexual tension. And so then the guy will be like, well, that ain't no big deal. She wrecked my car for the 2nd time. That ain't no big deal. I can deal with that, right? we keep it moving, right? but women, I don't know if the women are like that. Women probably they're more intuitive, in my opinion. They see things that we don't see. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, it's a shame too. It's like, if you don't want your kids, there's the foster care system. I mean, at that age, they ain't getting adopted at that age, okay?
Right.
But I mean, at least the foster care system, hell, they still alive and they got a chance.
Yeah, right. You can go visit, you can go back and get them, right?
Or shit, if you and then probably the one thing about the story that probably bothers me the most. This is where I say she's a piece of shit. Because why didn't she delete herself?
That's always the excuse, right? Yeah. The lady in the first story was.
I'm saying even if you deleted the kids, why didn't you delete yourself too? Why the hell is she still here?
I don't understand that one either. There was a guy that did the same thing. I forgot his name, man. White boy. He did the same thing in the 60s, man. He killed the whole family.
Yeah.
They finally found him in the 90s with America's Most Wanted. But he had killed his whole family because he said they weren't living a Christian life, man.
Yeah, but they used to do that back then. And the guy, I think it was America's Most Wanted. I think the guy killed his whole family and then went and assumed a whole another identity and lived for like 40 years.
Right.
A whole new wife and everything.
Yeah.
And there was like a couple of stories that was going on.
Yeah.
That wasn't us, though.
No, it wasn't us.
Wasn't us.
Wasn't us.
It wasn't none of us.
No.
But yeah, they would do that.
But
I'm not gonna say routinely. I'm gonna say it was a lot.
We got to vet these people, man. We got so Rico. What we're gonna do at the last part of the thing is we're gonna start talking about some red flags, man. Red flags you can kind of start looking for. All right, so let's do. Now I got another situation. Holy smokes, this situation is. I'm trying to figure out this one. It's not us. It's not us, right?
But, there you go, Quantum. That's my thing. That's my thing. I always say, Quantum. We got to learn to look for the red flags within ourselves. That's what I always say. I preach that, don't I, Clarence?
Quantum. We'll see them, but we don't act on them.
But don't look at red flags in others. Look at the red flags in yourself. So if one of your red flags is, I'm always overlooking people's bullshit. Fix that. Fix that, because that's a weakness in you. And that's a weakness that people will exploit to your disadvantage. So you got to fix yourself before you think about fixing somebody else. But yeah, I'm glad you said that. I say that all the time. Go ahead, Brooklyn. Sorry about that.
All right, no, brother. So this is an article from the website is John Del Ores. I want to give him a shout out to him. But he kind of broke this down. Okay, so it says British actress who starred in Doctor Strange and her husband plied 13-year-old girl, with dark rum so that they could SCX abuse her and film the assault in a bid to recreate prawn scenes. Holy smokes. Zara Bathanian and husband Victor Mark are accused of 14 child SDX offenses on a girl from the age of 13. Found 36, starred in Hollywood movies, actress, stunt woman, including 2016 Doctor Strange. Mark 59, a Taekwondo master, and his wife denied that they abused the girl between 2005 and 2008. Alleged victim, then a child claims couple, filmed most of the abuse to recreate favorite prawn scenes. Ouch. All right, so let's take a look at him and see what they say.
Actress who starred in Doctor Strange and her husband plied. Now, this is the first time I've heard this term, plied, but I get what it means now. 13-year-old girl with dark rum so they could sexually abuse her and film assault in bid to recreate porn scenes. So they've been accused of this. Her name is Zara Fythian. Sorry, I got that cough still lingering. I sound like you boy Zach these days. And her husband, Victor Mark, accused of 14 child sex offenses from the age of 13. Absolutely sick. So she is 36. He is 59. And apparently they had these kids going around with them while they were...
You're right, Risa. John List. That was his name. John List. That's the guy we talking about. Yeah, man. He just...
That's him. Yeah. John List. That's the guy. I think, Risa, was that Philly? I want to say it was Pennsylvania.
It was somewhere.
Somebody look that up for me. I want to say it was Pennsylvania.
Yeah, you're right. It was John List. And he had gotten fired from his job, and stuff was real bad. And he just laid everybody out and just left. Just packed the car and left. All right. Not funny, but it was a tragic situation. All right, let's finish with this one because I want to show how if you got, like you guys said, you need to see what's going on within yourself because you may attract somebody who had the same problem. And then next thing you know, you guys are doing crazy stuff together.
Teaching Taekwondo and using that to get close to these kids. And then they had this girl do terrible things, and it's listed here. If you got the faint of heart, we're going to go into the details of this. So please don't watch this. It is disgusting. It is awful, and it gets me so mad every time I hear stuff like this. These people really need to be executed right away. Assuming this is all legit and true. But here's the accusation, at least 14 different charges, as mentioned. And they filmed this abuse of this girl, allegedly, to recreate their favorite porn scenes. Now, I always talk about this on here, how porn has destructive.
Okay, Rico.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so basically we see that the wife and the husband together were abusing somebody. Shout out to Intellectual Soapbox. Shout out to Mr. B. Good to see you in the building, my brother. So now we see that the wife and the husband are together. Usually it's one or the other, right? Abusing somebody, but in secret. But now they're both abusing this child, right? How is that possible, Rico? How does that work?
You mean how the husband and wife?
Yeah.
Usually 9 times out of 10 in a case like this, it is the man, especially with it being a girl, but they do little boys too. When they seem to like children, I guess the gender doesn't really matter. Because a lot of times when you see men mistreating children, they don't matter. It doesn't matter the gender to the man. Usually, in most cases, if you see female child sex offenders, they're generally attracted to boys. But when you see men, they're attracted to boys and girls. So in most cases, when you see a husband and wife couple, it's the husband that initiates the behavior and it's the wife that goes along. So they end up in a power dynamic where the wife is trying to appease the husband, maybe in some sort of way, which I don't understand. He's 59, she's 36. I'm like, you couldn't please his old ass? You know, you ain't taking offense that, like, I mean, you're like literally almost 20, 30 years younger than him. So why would he want somebody that young?
This is a hard conversation to have.
Yeah, it
in our
is.
community. But I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna bring it up, Rico.
But we need to have it in our community because it exists. It exists in all communities.
Okay.
All community. It exists in the white community, the black community, the Latino community, the Asian community. But we are averse to discussing it.
Well, this is what I'm saying. Sometimes you're gonna have a guy. He's successful. He's, you know, attractive. He's got all this stuff going on, and he just don't have the equipment for the job, brother.
Okay.
Just don't have the equipment for the job. Now, how do you get around that, Rico? He feels like, hey, if the younger type of woman I've spent time with, the younger female I spend time with, that's not going to be as big of an issue.
No, but the thing is, you got to remember though, you know, sexual abuse is the same as like the word rape. It's a crime of power and not a crime of sex. It's a power crime. So oftentimes when you talk about men not having the equipment in a lot of instances, these guys are borderline. They have ED issues, can barely perform on anybody. So going down in age doesn't necessarily make it better. But what they're looking for is the deviancy in the behavior. Because I guarantee, like I said, when you look at probably what they were doing while they were filming this young lady, it wasn't just regular sex. They're usually doing some BDSM shit and all kinds of stuff like that because it's power dynamic. So it's the equipment issue is the least of the problems. It's the control. Like I say, when you think about most rapists, they get off on the fear in their victims. They're turned on by the fear.
I'm gonna have to push back on you on that.
You can push back on it, but I'm sitting there saying it is classified as a crime of violence.
Yeah, it is.
It's not classified as a crime of sex. It is a sex crime, but when they talk about the nexus of it is the violence in it, and violence breeds fear. Violence breeds fear.
Okay.
You take a weaker person. You got them. So the thing is, if a guy's having sex with a woman who's into it, there's no fear. There's no tension. She want to do it, but I need somebody that's scared that I'm gonna kill him. That sort of thing. It's their head.
Now that's going to my point about what I'm going to bring up, Rico. I'm about to bring this up. So strap in. Give me a minute, Rico.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Sex is about domination, right? It's a dominating. It's a dominate. The female expects you, the man, to dominate.
You're talking consensual. We're talking consensual.
I'm talking about consensual sex, right? So even if it's not consensual, let's say animals.
No. So you're saying consensual sex is driven by domination?
Dominance, correct. So the female,
does it matter which gender, or is it?
Well, let me say it like this: heterosex.
No. I'm talking about. But does the domination always have to be that the man has to have, or could it be the woman that has to have it too?
No. It's supposed to be the man, but that because we have an estrogen as well, if the females have testosterone, if they are willing to step into that role, most of us as men can fall back, and we can switch roles if we got to. Like sometimes, and I'm sure you had it happen, we've all had it happen, where you've been working with somebody and they all of a sudden throw you down, right? And then they jump on you, right?
Yeah, that happened a time or two. That happened a time or two.
A time or two, Mr. Dinosaur.
That happened a time or two.
So my point is, we can switch roles if we want to, but
Right.
the point is, someone has to dominate. Someone
Okay.
is going to be in a dominant position. Otherwise, that's the ignition that keeps everything going, right?
Mhm.
And someone has to. So if someone has to dominate, someone has to submit, right?
Yes.
Okay. So in males, that submission drives not only the erection but the whole process. That submission, because that's what they actually looking for, is that submission, right? And most of the time, the female is looking to submit physically to the male that's actually doing the act, right? That's in a what's the word you use? A consensual situation, correct?
I'm
Okay.
following you.
Okay.
I'm following you. I'm not on that bus yet, but I see where it's going.
Well, here's where it goes off the rail.
Okay.
It goes off the rail because when somebody wants to ARP somebody, they still want to dominate this person, but they don't want it in the consensual situation. That's not what they want. What they want is, like you said, to overpower the person. So they have now not only can they physically overpower, but they emotionally and spiritually overpower the person, even though they may submit physically because they're scared. But now it's more of a overpowering their mental and emotional state, and that's what they get off on. In my in my opinion, is they get off on that, and it's like you said, it's a crime of power where they want to overpower the person, because it's most of the time in an ARP situation, they don't even have to overpower the person. All they got to do is threaten to hurt the person, and the person will submit physically.
Yeah,
So
but
that's not what they're looking
again,
for,
like you
is
said,
physical
but
submission.
that goes back to
The
my
physical
original
submission is not
argument.
what they're looking for. They're looking for the overpowering of the mental and the spiritual side of the person, where the person just breaks down and, like you said, has a lot of fear.
But that goes
Right?
back to
And
my
the
initial.
fear is what lets them know that that's the mechanics that lets them know that they have successfully overpowered the person, right?
Yeah, I don't agree that consensual relations is based on
It's coming,
dominance.
It's coming.
I do believe. I mean, I know that there's someone who will fulfill a dominant role within consensual relations, but I don't think that that's what's required. I don't think that that's always what someone is looking for. But if we're talking about the act of rape specifically, that is violence. It's just flat out what it is.
It's not always violent, Rico. It's not always violent.
No, I'm not talking about it's always physical. You know what I'm saying? Like you said, sometimes it's still violence through just the fear. So if when they go up to a woman and a woman wake up in bed and some man is standing over top of them with a knife to their throat, he hasn't physically done anything, but that is an act of violence.
Right.
That is an act of violence, just the threat and the fear that he may never cut her, slap her, hit her, or anything, but that fear that he put in her, and that's what they say most rapists crave. They crave that. So that's why they classify it as a crime of a violence and fear and threat, sort of, not deep into the weeds with it. But consensual is, I think consensual, as men, we tend to get aroused for a lot of things. Yes. So I think some men like dominant sex. I'll be honest with you, that's not my cup of tea. That's not my, some dude be talking, especially as the older we get in age. I'm like, I ain't knocking nobody back out. You can forget that. You know, so all that.
It's a
all
dance.
that, and even when I was younger, that wasn't always. That wasn't always my thing. But I do know typically when you talk about dominance, because even when you're talking at a younger generation, rough sex is rough sex. People like it. Everybody doesn't like it. But rough sex is rough sex. So is that where people are getting, man, yeah, that's rough sex. Some people like that and some don't.
Rico, it's a dance. It's a dance. Okay, so if whoever's the dominant person can make it rough, or they can make it soft.
And so
they can drive it however they want. They can drive it however they want to. That's what I'm saying.
Right.
So I'm not saying just because I'm saying somebody is dominant in a dominant position that everything's gonna be rough. No.
Right. But, so I agree. It's a dance, but then that's dictated by your dance partner.
That's what I'm saying.
The song that's being played. But what I'm saying is, when it comes to,
woman's gonna want a dance partner that's gonna lead.
Right. But what I'm saying is, when we're talking about the instance of grape, there's no deviation. It's generally 100% violence. I mean, almost in all cases, these dudes get off. I ain't never heard nobody being raped intimately. I ain't never heard of it. Maybe there's a case where she said he brought me flowers, and
some of them do. So you can see they get off, like you said, they get off on the fear. But
that's the violence.
But really, what they're getting off on is the dominating the person totally, mind, spirit, body, and just taking
the fear. And 100%,
the fear is the feedback they get to let them know that they're in the position that they want to be in.
But the fear is driven by the threat of violence. And it's like you keep disconnecting the violence from.
I'm not. Obviously, the fear is driven by something.
Right. So what I'm saying is, so the threat of violence is like, okay, I'm going to do this because it's going to elicit that nectar that I need, that fear. Right. So I need that. So I ain't gonna slam. But I'm like I said, the woman said, "Oh, he came up, he slipped a knife to my throat," and it's like I got her, and just I guess the pheromones start going off. Like I said, you shit in your pants, whatever the case. Oh, they get off of that. They're that weird. That's some of them barely even. Some of them don't even climax because they're so freaking turned on by that. That's
sex.
That's the same deviancy that exists with these child predators. They can get off on other shit because it's a sickness with them. It doesn't always have. That's why I said I not push back, because I do think that's true in some instances, lacking in the equipment department. But I'm like, some of them dudes, it's just like, no, they want that. Imagine what a 13-year-old girl feel like, tied up in a cage with these two grown-ass people doing whatever they did. Can you imagine the fear?
Man.
That fear on her was probably at 1,000. And these two sick motherfuckers was getting off on that.
Yeah. Yeah.
You have to be getting off on fear when you do that to a child.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if they're getting off on the fear. I think they getting off. See, some dudes maybe getting off on the, like I said, the fact that they got it. I remember I knew a lady, man, and she was in bad shape. She was in bad shape, and she was telling me about how when she was like 2 or 3 years old, and now this is us. She said she was 2 or 3 years old, and her grandfather used to bring her into the room and just have him grab his his unit, right?
His junk.
Just because he got off on the fact that her hand was so small around his unit.
But
I mean,
you know what?
It was a sick situation. I felt bad for her telling me about it. But it explained a lot when I saw how she behaved. It explained a lot.
But see, to me, it you can't get away from that. You can't get away from that fear issue, because it's just we were talking about adults with children.
I'm not getting away from it, brother.
I know, but it's like the loss of innocence. And the crazy part about it is these kids be damaged. These people be damaged forever. So like I said, the woman that told you, I don't know at what age she told you, but that was her grandfather.
Yeah.
And she was 2 or 3. And she might be 40
probably,
or 50.
Yeah, she's probably about 40, somewhere in
So
the
she
40s.
was damaged for 48 years of her life, and she'll probably take that to her grave. Do you know how fucked up you have to be to do that? And the reason I was going to say the difference is this, because you do also have creeps, child predators, that prey on young girls that don't do what the rapists do, like these pieces of shit did. Whether it's the older man that's grooming the young girl to pimp her out later. See what I'm saying? Yeah. And they be like, oh, you're going to be my girlfriend, and just that and whatever. Or the older dudes who they catch a predator every week with somebody building up these online, relationships. And these dudes are not doing it like the rapist is, but they're doing it through manipulation tactics. See what I'm saying? So that they're all still going to the same hell as far as I'm concerned.
Right.
But one does it one way, but this guy, so he's not doing it on fear, because you'll sit there and convince a 13-year-old girl to have sexual relationships. He's 21, 24 years old. Oh, you're going to be my girlfriend. I'm going to fly you out. You take the bus to my city. And she agrees she'll have consensual sex because she thinks she's in love with him.
Right.
And then the next thing you know, he got her out there on the stroll. Yeah. That happens every day. These little runaways. I know you see it in LA like crazy.
Yeah, man.
These them little runaways.
Down to the Greyhound bus station, man.
These them little runaways that got slow walked online and got smooth talk, and they jumped on their bus coming from Kansas like the other one and drove their ass out to LA. I'm going out to LA to live with my boyfriend. He gonna make me a movie star. And he got her out on the stroll.
Yeah.
And he got her out on the stroll. So he don't do it through the power of fear or violence, but the end result is the same thing. Now, what these creeps did in your rapists, it's through violence and intimidation to all come up with the same results, to have sexual relations with underage kids. And there's a special place in hell for all of them.
Yeah, man. It's a special place for them.
Yeah, and I'll be pouring gasoline.
Yeah, it's a sad situation.
Yeah.
All right, Rico. So let me pull this one down, because that's basically the story on that one. Okay. So now we're talking about what are we talking about? Vetting?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
You dropped the link for Truth?
Yeah, I dropped it already.
Oh, okay. Yeah. The vetting is the vetting.
So why
so
is
this last story, there was no vetting, there was no need for having, that wasn't a vetting issue. They vetted each other.
But Rico, it's a vetting issue, because see, people think only adults have to vet. Children have to vet too. You got to vet.
Yeah.
You have to we have to raise our children. And so how do we teach them? We're gonna have to teach them how to vet. They're not gonna know how to vet. They're gonna come out trusting them. I got a granddaughter, man.
Okay, but let me stop you right now. Let me just say this. Bro Clarence is not doing any victim blaming before someone take it that way.
No.
I know. I'm just saying, because somebody will sit there and take it like, are you saying child? No, we're not victim shaming or blaming the victim. She was 13 years old. And yes, it is much harder for a 13-year-old to vet than an adult. But what he's saying is true. We need to start to teach them to the best of their ability to vet people. I just want to put that disclaimer out there before someone try to say we're victim shaming.
Thank you, Rico. Because the same thing with the 16-year-old to help the mother off the children. We got to teach them so that they can see at a younger age the right from wrong and things, so they'll know I'm in a bad position. This is a bad situation that I'm in. Right?
I mean, and even if it starts with you look at this young lady, and unless these people are like close to the family or had some inside track, I'm like, what the hell ever happened to stay away from strangers?
What happened to that, man?
I mean, you don't talk to nobody you don't know. You come and tell me everything. I mean, you start that at 4 and 5, and I mean, if she had done that.
I think when the crack epidemic came in, that's when it all changed, brother. I think that's
now,
really all changed.
This might be a situation where we don't know. And see, here's the thing too. obviously this woman and this man was in the entertainment industry. They was in British Hollywood.
Okay.
This some old Michael Jackson shit. I wouldn't be surprised if parents knew, and like just like with Michael Jackson, you know, for whatever reason, if you're a celebrity, people are okay with letting their kids go and spend the night with you alone. Now, I don't know where the fuck they started that at, but you know, it is what it is. It's just so maybe, oh, she was in Doctor Strange, she's a movie star, her husband's in movie, and they go like, oh, these is good people. And I'm like, what the fuck does your 13-year-old need to be hanging out with a 36 and a 59-year-old?
Come on, man.
I mean, the math ain't mathing. That just don't make sense. But why was Macaulay Culkin and them spending the night with Michael Jackson? So we do it on this side of the pond too. That's all I'm saying. I'm not going to throw England under the bus because that'll be the first person they're going to bring up. Which, yeah, with Michael Jackson, I'm like, yeah, you got us. You got us. And he was one of us. Yeah, you got us.
Yeah. True. What's happening, brother?
Good evening, Brother Clarence and Brother Rico. How y'all doing today?
Good afternoon, sir. We're doing well.
Great. What's the word? What's the word on this? I heard a lot of different things. What's going on?
Well,
we're talking about the importance of vetting, man, of vetting in relationships. First two articles we did was about these two women that actually murked their families, man. And, you know, and my point was the men that actually had gotten into a relationship where they had children with these women, maybe if they would have vetted them a little better, maybe they would recognize what was going on, and those children might have been able to be saved. That was my point in that situation. And then we talked about this last situation where the man and the woman actually pulled the 13-year-old girl into the situation, and she couldn't see. Obviously, she's 13 years old. How much information did she have at 13, right? So my point is, we got to get better at vetting and teaching that to our children as well. You know what I mean? So that's where we're at right now, brother.
So you said some families had murdered a child? That's what you're
saying?
saying?
Children.
Yeah, multiple children, yeah.
So the first case, the woman had 2 kids, and she was trying to get a passport so she could take them to Vietnam. The ex-husband wouldn't let her, so she decided to kill the 2 kids. So that was a custody issue. She had custody, but she wasn't allowed to take them because the father was afraid that she would take them to Vietnam and not bring them back because she had done something like that before. And in the second case, the woman had 4 kids in her home, and for some weird reason, we don't know what was the nexus for her, she had the 16-year-old and her killed the 3 younger ones. And we don't know what pushed her to it, but once again, there were fathers somewhere, and they don't have their kids anymore.
So the first one was a wife had killed, and they was married, correct?
Well, they were divorced.
Yeah, okay, so they was divorced, and she wanted to take the children to a different country. What was the reason why she wanted to take the children to
I'm pretty sure she said she was going to take them on a visit, but the father didn't trust her that she would bring them back.
Oh, she was Vietnamese?
Yeah.
Okay, so she wanted to take the children back to basically the motherland, her country, but he wasn't okay with it, so she decided to terminate them.
Yep.
Wow. Okay.
Both of them.
And she's tried and convicted.
No, they just picked her up. They just picked her up.
Oh,
I think it just happened this month, just like a May 2nd.
Yeah, it just happened like a couple of days ago.
Like 10 days ago.
Okay, so this is a recent case, and they just picked up. And now you said the other one, it was 3 children involved, but one of the younger siblings had terminated the other ones.
Yeah, the oldest one helped her kill the 3 younger ones. So she had a 16-year-old son that helped her kill his 11, 9, and 7-year-old.
Hell no.
Oh, so they had conspired to terminate the younger siblings.
Yep.
See, man,
They
and
haven't
see,
caught him yet, but they got
That's
her.
crazy.
See,
And she
this
had
is what.
moved from Kansas. Here's another caveat. True. She was living in Kansas, and she's a single mother with multiple baby daddies and white. She wasn't a Keisha. She was a Becky. And she
Becky?
moved from Kansas. Yeah. See what I'm saying? Normally that's Keisha, but no, this is not Keisha. This is a Becky. And she moved from Kansas with her 4 kids to LA and did this. So,
Well, here we go. Here's my rhetorical. Cool. She was a corrupted Becky then. Enough said.
Okay, chaos.
Go ahead,
She
True.
was
Go
an
ahead, True.
anomaly.
So
Go ahead,
both of them were Caucasian.
One was Vietnamese.
No.
The first one was
Vietnamese, and the
Vietnamese,
other one
and the
was
second one's Caucasian.
other one's Caucasian.
Yeah.
And see, this goes into what I was saying, where
None
you
of
know,
these stories is about us. Just to be clear, it's a good fucking day for us today. We ain't gambling.
You heard what he said.
Yeah,
You
man.
know what he said? He said it's a good fucking day for us, man. It ain't us, bro.
Yeah, the community
Yeah,
came up
so
on this.
this goes into, like, I've had several conversations with you know, other females and things and so on and so forth about, things that are happening inside of the family where this so-called innate and default love thing that a woman has for the children is just not true, man. And I keep trying to tell people relationships and love is built through action. It's built through time. It's built through effort. That's how love improves. There's no such thing as this, just this. Some people have it, but it's not all people have this innate love for their child. And it was actually a woman here in my city that actually, had terminated her 2 children. And the reason why they found out was because people was walking past the house and the smell was seeping through the window.
I thought
She
that
had
was Detroit. I thought that was Detroit.
no. This was here last year. This was this. I mean, it might be one in Detroit too. I mean, what I'm trying to say is this is a common thing where females are often their children, and where supposedly the the guy, the man or the dad, we just don't have this so-called love for our children. But this is another instance where this is not true. You feel what I'm saying? Not an absolution. And to bring that forward for the topic, why is vetting in a relationship so important? This goes into it, man. I mean, I wish I would have learned and been honest to vetting prior to me, becoming 18 years old, man. Prior to that, I was fumbling around and everything like that. But once I got 18, I would probably even say 16 years old. Once I became, fully aware of, who I am and, how women basically move and everything like that, it would eliminate a lot of mistakes in my life if I did the proper duty of vetting and being disciplined sexually. It would eliminate a lot of problems. A lot of our problems are self-inflicted, and it takes a person that is through maturation to be honest to that. And me becoming the man that I'm growing into be, it's not hard for me to admit that. Now I also eliminate a lot of my problems by choosing to do what is right consistently. And that goes in vetting who I am even engaging with, not just females. I'm talking about male, female, intimate, business, personal relationships, all that. I vet everyone. You feel what I'm saying? I just don't allow people to come in my space because I'm constantly protecting myself. I understand how people are human, and us as a default, we are flawed, and we are going to let each other down. It's just the way we're designed. You feel what I'm saying? And it takes a lot of for people. It takes maturity to understand that, because a lot of people are like, oh my goodness, they did that. Yes, they're human. This is the shit that we do. We do this type of stuff. We lie. We corrupt it. We're untrustworthy. We're unloyal. We do not love.
Right,
We're corrupted. Yes, the fallible is an understatement. And,
yeah, understatement.
and it's
I'm just
not
gonna be real.
it's not shocking to me. And you know, where I've become accustomed and aware to these things. So you know, vetting is very highly important, and I encourage people to not allow people in their space. Case in point, we have seen consistently on here where people have allowed people in their personal space, and it has turned out absolutely effed up.
We started with that, True.
Oh, y'all
We
started with
the
that?
show talking about people that needed to be vetted. Let them racist motherfuckers
It
in our
has
circle.
started.
Oh
it
God!
It
I'll go off the
clearly
truth on that.
shows where vetting needs to be done, and where you being so trustworthy of someone. And I've made, and everybody's known this, I constantly say this: we do not know each other. Why the hell would I even believe that you cared about me? Why?
Right.
Why would I believe all this like, dislike, love, grow, all this? I support you. No, you don't. No, you don't. You don't know me. I don't know you. And I'll be a fool, which I am no longer am, to trust you and believe that. So vetting is very, very
but truth. Let me ask you this.
Yes, sir.
Do you think that this is what I think is this is the biggest flaw I think we have, like Brother Negro said about the vetting process, is oftentimes when we go to vet a person, we want to believe that they are what we want them to be rather than the person they are. So I know you, Truth, the way you are. I'm like, that's who he is. He ain't gonna be who I want him to be. That's who he is. So I have to accept you. If I don't like it, then that's what it is. I can't go later on like, I can't believe Truth did that. No, that's who he was all the fucking time. Let's call a thing a thing. Same way with Jay. Same way with me. People, I'm like, no, this is who I am. Don't go thinking later on next week, I'm what you want me to be. I am who and what I am, for good, bad, better, or worse. If we see a thing for a thing, and you can do it if you want to, but you don't get to claim victim or fool, because ain't nobody out here fooling nobody. You know, the person that all the talk in the streets is about, it's like, that's who he was. Period.
Correct. And
let's stop acting like we were fools.
And I'm glad you said that, Rico. I'm glad you said that, because you know why? That probably went over a lot of people's head. I hope people, when they go back to this, that thing you just said just now, please listen to what he said. You aren't fooled. Your expectations of the other individual is what fooled you. You allowed yourself to be ignorant of who's in front of you. I've constantly said that crap to people. Nobody changes. What happens is you see something that you like. So innately now you're saying, okay, well, this is something I want. I like it. So I'm going to try to change it. I'm going to ignore the bull crap that I see in front of me that I know is not going to go right with me. And I'm not going to agree with it, just to see how this go, because we can vibe, we laughing. I think she's cute. She think I'm cute. Sex probably be great. She smell good. I smell good. Everything is going. All the superficial bull crap, which leads on later into failure every single time.
Because when that snake bites your ass, don't be like, I can't believe it was a snake.
I can't believe you saw the scales, you saw the tongue poking out, you saw everything. You just like the colors. Yeah. You know, people like colors. And everybody know the most dangerous snakes are the most colorful ones, the most neat looking ones. You feel what I'm saying? And that's
I
what
be
people.
seeing them
Oh,
every day, yo.
that looks so pretty. Look at the design and the colors and everything.
Let me
Yeah,
pick it up and pat
let
it.
me touch it just a little bit. You know, it might
Rainbow
bite me.
snake.
It ain't venomous. It can't kill me. She. That thing bites you, and the next thing you know, you all crippled up.
In your forehead?
Up your
Yeah,
hands
your forehead,
all
you done.
your chest. You all paralyzed and everything. Like, what the? No, you know, you're
Start
dumb
twitching.
till took the chance of doing that. And that's one thing I thank God for, that I'm no longer that way. If I spot anything, and a lot of people say I'm tedious or whatever, the standards or anything like that. No, man, I have to protect myself, and I'm protecting you. I'm making sure we do not waste each other's time. You feel what I'm saying? Because that's the only thing we can't get back at all. And you daggone sure ain't wasting my time. The time I could be spending to waste my time with you, I can be out here earning some money. Or I can spend time with my daggone babies. You feel what I'm saying? That's what I do.
feel you.
It's either earning money or spending time with my children. It's only those two things that occupy my time. And for me, you know, when it comes to relationship wise, again, it automatically, I tell people, intellectually, spiritually grounded with a foundation, and she has to be secure and understand her purpose. Those three things, if she's missing those three things, it's not going to work at all. It's no point in even trying. These are the three basics. I'm not with all that, dress size and all that other bull crap. We can get to that later. I need to know, do we have any capacity to get to longevity and legacy? Do we have that same mindset? Are you someone that's good at co-op? You feel what I'm saying? Or are you agreeable? You know, my father says in Amos 3:3, how can two walk together unless they agree? The answer is they can't. You cannot go nowhere until we are in an agreement.
Agree.
And that's what the vetting process helps you to do. Find out whether you two can agree. And that's in all relationships, business, intimate, and otherwise.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate
I got you.
Straight.
Damn, I gotta follow up after that.
Yeah, right.
We putting you in the game.
Yeah,
you off
man.
the bench. You in the game.
Gotta go after LeBron.
Yeah, right. I gotta go after LeBron. That's funny. No. I mean, all honestly, like the vetting process is really play for a joke nowadays, because people often go for these Instagram models. They go for what's outside, not inside. And how many times? And truth has heard me say it on my own streams. How many times have I told y'all? I gotta say, dumb, you dumb motherfuckers. That literally, she can be good on the outside, but she can be ugly as hell on the inside, and that's what you need to be looking out for. That outside is just a byproduct. If the inside is ugly, well, you're gonna get ugly, and we can get ugly. So please understand that. And that's gonna be and when I say ugly, that's gonna be an ugly situation you put yourself into. Like, seriously. So like you got to understand, as you going along talking to people, especially, you know what, I'm gonna say this too. Even when you vet for people to be your brothers, you gotta vet you gotta vet them cats too. I was lucky to be mine in high school. Lucky as hell. And in fact, them brothers still rock with me to this day, and that they got their lives situated, and they still ask me for help. They still talk to me. They got their affairs in order. They ain't cheating. They doing everything. I hit jackpot with them for the most part. So I did it. So I did a great job. They're my brothers. At this point, we family. So, like what True said, you gotta, you really gotta take it seriously. You can't, like I said, as much as you want to smash. Well, I'll say this right now. If you're looking just to smash, then you're not vetting. That's just you looking for a bust down. And that's going to be very short-lived. Just like what physical relationships are. Physical relationships are bullshit. I ain't never tried it. I know reputation of people who have tried it, and they mentally scarred from it, dudes and ladies. So I don't want it. So I want to hear dudes can't recover from. No. Had nothing to do with him being a simp or whatever. It screwed him over. And I'm not saying rightfully so, but that's more of the lines of what was going to happen if you kept going down that path eventually. You just ended up where it ended up at. You just like you that happened to you. Imagine if a kid was in the mix. So you got to understand, people make really poor choices, by not having their fathers being there, or they just don't have enough information to know about the person to fully let them into their lives. Because let's be real, trusting somebody is allowing yourself to be hurt. And when you're not vetting these people, there's a great chance that they're going to hurt the hell out of your ass and probably give you hell. So you can't blame it on anybody else because you picked them. I know we get on the ladies for that too, but I get on the dudes when I tell them that. Dude, you picked her. What the frick you talking about? You were warned, and our warning came to pass, did it not? It didn't happen in a day, but it happened like 5 days later. Now you got all this BS on you. And I'm not teasing you about it because I don't want to tease people about that shit, but that's what you did. You picked wrong. So therefore, now you got to deal with the consequence of you picking that fugly piece of shit. So yeah, the best way I can say it. So you really gotta understand that outside appearances is always a byproduct of the person you're trying to look for inside. I always go by personality. I don't have really anything negative to say about my ladies that I dated because, like I said, more often than not, I picked pretty good because none of them were crazy. Most of them were somewhat reasonable to a part, and I don't speak bad about them to this day. Those are more of learning experiences for me to understand, to like what to look for in a woman. Listen, I can listen to my dad and my uncle much a day, but nothing. I hate to say this, but nothing is going to be soothing like that than the real thing until you get in front of it, and then that's how you start learning. Now, I'm not telling you to take L's and L's and L's, but you're gonna make some mistakes. Just don't make the stupidest, dumb, big mistake by having a kid child with this person. And I don't care what you said. Oh, Jay, it felt good. I don't give a damn, dude. Dude, listen, sex does not equate for making dumbass mistakes. It does not. I don't care what anyone says. And I haven't said this enough on my chill out, so I'm gonna say it now. Any of y'all motherfuckers who just are sex crazy bastards, trust me, man, your life is going to end very quickly. And I don't mean self-delete when I say that. I mean like literally everything that encompasses, everything you worked your tail off for is gone. Every person connection you made with a person, that's gonna end too. Like trust me, it colors you. People like to color other people out here, and like I said, and they put on the freaking charade like they are part of your team. Nah, brother, they out. The only team that matters is their own. They're looking out for their well-being, not yours. And I'm like I said, I'm really talking to the dudes when I say this. So y'all motherfuckers need to get out of pussy territory. Pardon my French. And you need to freaking get it. You need to get some freaking sunshine and actually read up on some things that you don't know nothing about. And actually ask older brothers. That's why I ask all the OG cats for as much info as I possibly can. And no offense to Brother Clarence and Rico since they're here, but I'm trying to milk the hell out of these motherfuckers for information. So I cannot make stupid, dumbass mistakes.
Right.
I'm 30 now. I can't F up now. I'm doing pretty good so far, but I gotta do even better. I gotta do way, way better. I'm not, and trust me, as much as sex may feel good to all guys, which it obviously does, I ain't letting that be the vocal point of my mind so that I can get things done. I have to put that stuff to a side in order to work on myself. And that means, hey, listen, that means kicking some ways out of my vicinity and kicking them out of my way. I'm sorry, if I gotta step on them, then I gotta step on them until I'm ready to see them again. Now, my sisters, that's a different story. I can talk to my sisters, that's fine. But it's nothing romantic going on there. All that is just me giving some semblance of how they doing. And also some of them even warned me about certain ladies. So when just my dad and my uncle, just the dudes, I just remember some ladies, it didn't backfire on me. It's still, like I said, it still holds some merit and truth to this day. But like I said, when you're vetting, you really, like I said, you really got to get out of the smashing mindset. And you just really got to, if you're trying to build a relationship, okay, let me say this. If you want to have a relationship with somebody, don't go sex mode on her. Just analyze her like you did like you was in class when you was paying attention. You pay attention to every little thing the teacher tells you. Pay attention to what the freaking more often than not the freaking kangaroo is doing in front of you. You gotta freaking understand its movement. You gotta understand how they speak. You gotta understand they're slurring their speech or if they're just flirting with you. You gotta understand simple flirt techniques. You gotta understand that. Once you get some of the stuff of what they're like in their mind, when women really hate when I do this because I pay attention too much, and then I call them off on their BS sometimes, and I'm just like, no, you can't do that. No, because you just said that, so you can't do that.
Shout out for the Watkins. Shout out for the Watkins.
Yo, shout out to New Growth also. That's what's up, man. And all in all, Brother Rico, Brother Clarence, man, truth, like I said, y'all spitting tonight, and we really gotta be careful of the ladies we pick as our partners. Because I'm gonna say this right now before I end my point. I'm not afraid of having a kid. I'm afraid of having a kid with the wrong person.
That's what you should be afraid of.
That's what I'm scared of.
That's it.
I am scared to hell about that shit. And there's very few things that scare me. So that's the biggest one. It's not simply just being married and getting it wrong the first time. That's bad too. I'm talking about the kid.
Yeah.
Because I told you, man, my kid is gonna be my whole world when she or he comes out of this world. So I got to be careful of the person that I'm picking to bear my kid. Yeah. And that is scary as shit.
That's the most important decision for a young man to have a child is the selection of the mother. You must, because I'm be honest with you, every woman out here is not mothering. Right. There are women out here who are not mothering, or they mother very hard. And that's the one thing I tell my oldest son in particular. I was like, the best decision he ever made was selecting the mother of his children, who he also married. And then the second oldest one, he just got anybody he could plant his seed in, and he's terrible and she's terrible, and the kids their upbringing is a living hell because both parents are terrible. Then the youngest one, he's a great father. He has 2 baby mothers, and they're great at co-parenting. So I tell them specifically, for the hell I went through, if you don't pick the right, that is the probably more. I think I would tell a man, it is more important that you pick the right mother for your children than you pick the right wife for yourself. Because you can get somebody, a woman, oh, she's submissive to you, and she's just a terrible mother. Mm-hmm. I'd rather my kids have a good mother, because my life, my world is fucked up. I'll take the abuse for me than my children. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm an adult, I can withstand it. And I actually even prefer it. You know, I just don't want, the only reason I'm speaking to that, there are some bad mothers. So I want both. You want both. You want a great wife and a great mother. But there are, as Brother Truth said earlier, there's some mothers out there that's a real fucking piece of, and I mean to their children. And I'm not talking about they're going to self-delete them, but they raise them all fucked up. They're and they're not all Keishas. You know, white women and Asian women who raise these kids, boys and girls, to grow up and be fucking borderline dysfunctional. They just don't, either they can overmother, undermother. They're not good mothers. So a good mother, to me, is going to work with the father for the benefit of the children. Even if I've seen couples that really didn't get along between the two of them, but they worked their ass off for the benefit of their children. So I'm like, pick somebody that when you and her even fall out, she will continue to work with you because she wants you as the father in your children's life. She wants the best thing for her children. And then that's someone that you'll be like, okay, even after we split up, we co-parent great. But if you get a poor mother, you're going to always be over there fussing at her about your kids, you know, because she's just not mothering the right way. It's just some people out there like that for whatever reason. It just is. So like you said, you're right, Jay. When you said that that's what scares you, it should scare the living shit out of you.
Yeah, that should be the worst.
Man, brother.
That's the worst.
It does, man.
Okay, let me say this. Let me read New Growth. New Growth says, I respect the discipline to a certain degree, but we as humans are made to go without sexual interaction. Agreed. Stop preaching discipline, start preaching marriage.
Let me say this.
Yeah, well, see, that's the thing, you know. It's pretty much the same thing, right, New Growth? I mean, if you preaching discipline, you telling the person to wait until they get married, right? Well, that's what you should be teaching, right? Another thing we as black men, we got to get out of the whole riding raw You know what I'm saying? We gotta get out of that, man. You know, gotta use some type of protection, do something. If you're gonna be out there having casual sex on a regular basis, you gotta protect yourself. You gotta protect your
Thank
seed.
you.
You know
Yeah,
what I
y'all
mean?
gotta stop going in with that. Like seriously, I'm gonna tell everybody that. And I agree. I'm about to follow up brother Clarence on that. Y'all motherfuckers need to gotta go in this, like, you know, I'll go raw just because a girl asked me to. I never listen, I'm gonna say this right now. Except one time, except the difference was I knew what I was doing. She even knew, so I don't want to hear BS. So don't just say I never ever did that. One time, and that was the only time in it. I'm like, never doing that again. And the reason why is because I realize how dangerous that is. Because hey, listen, yeah, and I told my friend, listen, it's momentary. Like I said, yeah, it felt good for like about 5 minutes, and then, but guess what? You know what? Reality kicks in. Yo, Jay, do you really want to do that? No, I don't. I'm not ready to have kids, bro. I'm not. And it's not a joke. You gotta and listen. Oh, but truth, I'll let you go in a second, bro. But let me just get this out real quick because I need to really get it. I mean, I really need to get it to these niggas in their heads. So guess what? So y'all like to play the pullout game? Okay. So here's the thing. You know what happens when you don't? You know, like I said, you know what happens when you don't win that Russian roulette? She can have a kid, and if you don't understand what that means you are fucked either way. And I hate to have to make it sound terrible, because it is fucking terrible. Unless you two weren't married, then there's nothing to worry about. That was already talked about and maybe prearranged. But y'all playing this game is freaking dangerous as hell. A lot of unwanted kids are coming from this nonsensical shit. I know we ain't got our rights to whatever happens comes out of the, you know, whatever comes out of the ladies' room, whatever. I know we ain't got our rights towards that because it's the ladies. But at the same time, you pick this lady, dude. It doesn't matter. You can't be playing games with this shit. These are like kids are coming out literally saying like, I don't know who my dad is and all this crap. So I do not need this shit. No more commando. I agree. None of that crap. Like y'all motherfuckers need to understand. Y'all either catch you can either catch a disease. Like first of all, not getting a kid is the luckiest. If you get off scot free, you're lucky that even happens. That's a 1 in a million chance. The other one can catch something, and the third one, well, it can be self-deleted your life. So you got to be so this ain't no freaking game, dude. Like literally, man, kids being created by accident is the biggest bullshit I ever heard. And not to mention, I am tired of y'all motherfuckers coming up with the term, yo, man, accidental crap. Dude, shut up. You know when the gas is in the truck and you about to go full throttle on that motherfucker. So don't ask me. So don't ever use that term. I'm tired of y'all motherfuckers lying about that. I hate that. I heard that is the biggest cap BS I've ever heard from any dude. And all my boys would call I'll call two of my brothers right now. They'd be like, yeah, that's BS. Because they know. So don't someone tell me there's no such thing as an accidental NUT. I don't ever want to hear that. Ever. That's BS. Because you know what you're doing. Other than that truth, take it away, brother.
Yeah. New growth. I'm sorry, brother. You know, I strongly disagree with that. You know, as men, we need to exercise this because everyone knows sex produces endorphins, it produces a high. And a lot of times it clouds your judgment.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? I constantly advise people to do, I constantly preach about marriage. But in the process of getting married, you should be exercising discipline. So that way you guys can focus on what's important. Sex is going to be there. It's going to be there. It's not going nowhere. And those who've had a lot of sex, such as myself, we already know it is what it is. What it is. It ain't going nowhere. People are doing it so much it's out of style now. It ain't even a thing no more. You know what I'm saying? I can go to a grocery store and a dad going girl at the cash register and bring her home and then it's nothing. The P word is everywhere, man. Everywhere. It's not a hard thing to get. So as far as when you're trying to achieve legacy and longevity with somebody, when you're trying to see who they are, you don't need to be having sex. That's not going to. All that is for pleasure and fun. That has nothing to do with, you know, where you're going to, the promises and oath that you guys are making to each other. You know, we already know majority of dudes can have sex without even thinking about the girl. You feel what I'm saying? We could bust it down and not even give a flying F about her. You see what I'm saying? That's why a lot of guys be like, man, I didn't even care about her, man. She was just something to do. You feel what I'm saying? It's been times that I didn't even want it. I wasn't even into having sex, and I just did it just for something to do. You feel what I'm saying? I just did it because Shorty wanted it. Like, I ain't even want it. So, like, yeah, go ahead. Get your rocks off, Shorty. Go ahead, have at it. You feel what I'm saying? Just to be doing it, because it really is nothing. It really has become that mundane that it's absolutely nothing. So, discipline sexually. Discipline
I love you, brother, man. You right. Funny as hell, too, man.
Discipline sexually needs to be talked about. It needs to be stressed. I constantly talk about it with my son. And so far, so good that he has been doing a great job with that. You know, I constantly talk about it with both my children. You know, because I want him to focus on becoming a man and listen to the things that I'm trying to provide for him as far as mentally and spiritually, the things that I didn't have. You know, we already had those uncles and everything talk about, man, go get you some pussy and stuff like that. And then I had a whole bunch of my boys around, you know, constantly feeding that monster. I spoke about it, you know, a couple of times early this week and last week, you know, about having enablers. And, you know, when you don't have a problem getting what you want, people feed that. And it causes you to do some dumb shit, man. It really do. You know what I'm saying? So if I ain't waste a whole bunch of time climbing up in them daggone sirens and Jezebels, I'd have been a lot more further off than where I am at right now. You funny, Jay.
You funny. I'm sorry.
All right.
I'm sorry.
Fellas,
funny.
We got a question. I want to answer because Sister Annie asked a good question. I want to answer this question. Question is,
I know.
What are the things that you would advise men to look out for as possible indicators that a woman may not be ready to be a mom?
Sister Annie make me mad with these hard ass questions. No, but
That's
it's a good one,
question.
Sister Annie.
Man, I love it. It's a great question.
I'm saying it's a great question.
Just let me know when y'all ready for me. Let me know.
It's good, and this is the stuff we need to be talking about.
Right. Okay, one of the things I would say, Sister Annie, is mental health issues. If you see some clear, I'm talking about clear mental health issues. Oh, but Clarence, I don't see clear mental health issues. You will see it in when you see blatant incompetence. That is an indicator of there's some mental issue somewhere, right? Like you have a grown person, they can't pay their bills on time. They're always paying them late. They have the money, but they're paying them late. Or there's some type of incompetence that you can see. Because the mental issue, you may not see it right away. But when
Brother
you
Vaughn.
see incompetence, you see, Vaughn got something.
Brother Vaughn, you got me. That's exactly what I was thinking too. I was going to say a
Selfish
selfish woman.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you this too, and I hate to label any women in this class, so I say you have to vet them, but I would always, it's because speaking in the vein of a selfish woman, Brother Vaughn, I would say a woman that was a single child, because single children grow up to be, I mean, they've had everything. You know what I'm saying? That, you can kind of get it, so they're
absolutely, Rico. Only child
teaching is different.
Thank you.
Right.
Only
Their
child
teaching is different. So a selfish woman, a lot of single kids, they grow up selfish. They ain't had nobody they ever had to share shit with.
Right.
So that's their perspective throughout childhood all the way up into adulthood, and they'll become very driven. So I would say someone that's an overly driven woman, an overly ambitious woman, because they'll tend to, if a woman is, this is not to dispel single children, it's not to dispel an only child, it's not to dispel an ambitious woman. I just said those are some characteristics that I would do a deep dive on before I would decide, because if this woman say, hey, I want to be a lawyer, this, that, whatever, even if you knock her up and she have a kid, she may tend to be neglectful because she don't want to give up her fucking career. You know, and some people resent having children if it gets in the way of their life, their career, whatever the case may be. So there are things that I would say it doesn't take them off the board. It just takes some additional vetting to be sure that, hey, look, maybe because I'm a loving father, I'm going to end up having to take on more of the child rearing stuff, because if the mother is emotionally detached or not as attached, and I've seen some mothers that they just emotionally check out from their kids. They just don't, they emotionally just don't love their children like you as a man believe the woman should, or you thought she was going to be. But you don't see those red flags. Like, no, she knew she was selfish when you was dating her. You think she give a fuck about that kid now? She happy to have his ass out of her. And now she gonna look for the first nanny, daycare provider, whatever. But that kid needs more than just money, a house. It needs emotional growth and connection and nurturing and empathy and all this stuff that you if she ain't teaching it, it's like, if not, you're gonna end up raising a little serial killer or some shit. You know, the kid grow up, my mother or my father didn't love me. That's why I'm fucked up.
Right.
You gotta look for stuff like that. You don't want to have. I think it's better if you can find a very nurturing, and you got to make sure they're not too nurturing. But yeah, those are some things like Brother Vaughn said. A selfish woman. And to me, it's like I don't want to have kids with an only child.
Rico, question. I want you to go back on that. You said too nurturing. Explain that for me, brother. You mean overly babyish?
Overly, overly is what I'm speaking of. I'm not speaking of, I definitely believe children need a lot of nurturing, but I think, parents who won't set boundaries. You know what I'm saying? I've seen some that nurture so bad that, and I like the approach. I think like right now they call them, it was funny. We just called it growing up. They call it free range. Where motherfuckers have these little 5-year-old kids just go wherever the hell they want on their own.
Right.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? They call it free range.
Yeah, let us do that.
And I'm like, that was called growing up to me. I didn't know it was a name for it now. So
I didn't know either. I just did it. They said, "Yo, get out the house and go. Don't come back. Don't come back to the street. Come on."
But now, it's some weird. And so even parenting in 2022 is still a minefield with all the shit. The judgment, the laws, the Karens out there, and all this. It's a lot. So it's quite a bit. And I say, if you don't find a good mother to start with, you already gonna have a whole bunch of other stuff that you're gonna have to go through with. It's better going through those challenges with a good mother. That's it. But I would definitely, Sister Inye, and the same thing for a man. If that man is selfish, you don't want that as a father. You don't want that as a father. If that man is too driven and ambitious, he don't give a fuck about them kids. He gonna leave them with you, and the kids never even see him. But that child needs a father, especially if it's a boy. So you want a man that's going to be engaged in part of the nurturing and the raising of his children because he cares about it.
Right.
There's some dudes that don't.
Yeah.
Jay, to clean up. Hold on, Truth. I'm gonna let you rock. Let me just get Jay this real quick. Truth. Jay. The main reason why here's the mathematics of why you don't want somebody that's too nurturing. And when you say too nurturing, what he means is, in my opinion, that because a woman like that will step in when you're trying to discipline, especially boys. When you're trying to discipline boys,
I get what you mean. Okay.
Bullseye, Clarence. Bullseye.
Okay.
Bullseye.
Having had 3 boys and had a woman in the house, I know exactly what he's talking about. So what they do is they'll try to step in, right? Because they think, oh my God, it's so hard.
You're too rough for him.
Yeah, you're too rushed, right? Because I used to do with mine, I would make them fly, right? Okay, you got to stick your hands out and fly. All right. And then, so I put them in the corner and make them fly.
Don't put them down until I tell you.
Right. So the first 5 minutes are like la 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 la. And about
number 6,
minutes, they're like, ooh.
Get them goddamn arms up.
Get them back up.
Get them goddamn arms up.
Yo, anybody ever stand in the corner I got
one
that
leg.
plenty of
Yeah,
times.
that's
what the
what
mom
you can do. You stand
Daddy's
in the
gonna
corner.
beat your ass.
But after a while, I started. You know, every father's different, and what you start doing is you start seeing what works and what don't work, and you start making your own little
adjustments.
Discipline, discipline pattern that you have to do. You know what I mean? But
you know they get you know how they get the mother, Clarence. She come in the house and they in the corner crying. Shut the hell up. Like, and then the mother like, why they in the corner? I'm like, why am I explaining this to you? Just go ahead and do what you gotta do and leave me alone. I got this.
Yeah, Daddy's got it right here.
Come in and like act like you didn't hear his ass. Yep. Because I put his ass in the corner.
Okay.
No, he can't eat that till he get out of that corner from me.
Nah, he got like an hour left.
Yeah.
I remember that. Oh man.
But here's the major problem when that starts happening. Here's the major problem when that starts happening. The children will say they're not on the same team, and so I can play one of them. Now, which one of them is the one I can play? Oh, for this type of thing,
told you.
And for that type of thing, I can say that one, right? And so then I'm giving you the mathematics behind it. So what happens is the children start losing respect for authority.
Yeah,
they say there's always they come into the mentality there's always a way around the authority, right? So now not only do they apply that at home, they apply that in school. Yep. There's always a way around this teacher. There's always a way around the principal. There's always a way around this rule, right?
All right, bro.
And so in the end, what happens is it ends up hurting the child more than it's just like a thing where you as a man saying, "Hey, I want them to just listen to me." What ends up happening is the child pays for it because the child will start to always try to run around trying to find a way around authority. And they were the ones who end up suffering behind it. So that's the mathematics of what Rico put in the street time. I put in the mathematics behind it. All right, true. I know I went a little long. Sorry about that, brother.
No, that's cool.
Good,
man.
Do it. That's absolutely what you was talking about. That is absolutely the truth. Yeah, man. Because case in point, that's true story for me. You know, constantly, man, my children's moms are not on the same page. And it has caused a lot of problems with what I'm trying to do with my children. You know, it's
that's all of us. So I don't want you to feel alone. I've been through it. Clarence been through it too. So
where my job would be a lot easier, it's making my job harder. But the one thing is, guess who the blame for this? Guess who fault it is? Mine. Because I did that.
Oh, we get that too, Truth.
It's my fault.
We got you, man.
Because if I would have if I was responsible and I had discipline, what I would have did was I would have made sure I got married, and then I would have been in a position of power. I would have been in the position to make the rules inside the household. Now, I got leadership over my household, but my children lives in two different places. So they're constantly being taught two different things, and I have to help them unlearn the things that have been taught and then teach them the proper way to do things. And it's hell. So, but this is why I constantly stress, bro, don't do it. It's not worth it. I'm trying to tell you, it's not worth it. Find the correct woman, marry her, have children, do it the right way, because it eliminates so much stress and you can focus on a lot of different things. A lot. Because I mean, when they start doing things, you're too hard on the son. And because I don't have a whole conversation with them, I just lay down the rules and it is what it is. And I do not deter from them. I do not change for nothing. I'm consistent.
My man.
The kids respect it, but at the same time, they give me a little bit of pushback because they like, well, you don't want to hear what I got to say. I'm like, no, because you ain't saying nothing. You saying something is not going to change with the law that was laid down and what we agreed upon. You agreed upon you was going to do such and such, and you did not do such and such. So now there's a consequence behind such and such. It is what it is. I don't have to have a discussion about that because it's not going to change nothing. But to get to Miss any question, which is great, you know, Brother Brother Rico took part of my what's the name? It's called only child syndrome, and it creates you know, selfishness. It creates narcissistic tendencies. It creates where you think everything revolves around you. You do not know how to share. It's hard to empathize and be considerate of other people's feelings. And you know, sometimes most of those people, if they harm somebody indirectly, they don't think they should be held honest to that. When you are supposed to be held honest to hurting somebody directly and indirectly. We understand that, but people that are basically one child and you know have a lot of that attention brought upon them, getting a lot of things, not having to share and things, and so on and so forth, they create these bad habits that they take into relationships, and the relationship becomes problematic because we already know the only way a relationship works if you have two unselfish individuals coming together. If you're selfish, you need to stay by your damn self. Marriage definitely ain't for you if you do not know how to sacrifice and you don't understand that it's not about you, it's about the actual relationship. So as far as with the mother situation, what I would suggest, you know, just first and foremost, it always starts with communication. Just ask them, do you want children? You know, probably not right now, or I don't know, I'm focused on my career. Red flag right there, automatically. Red flag automatically. That's check one. That's check one. Have you ever seen them around their siblings? How do they talk about their siblings? Do they have great relationships? Are they constantly giving to their siblings? Do they share with their siblings? Sibling call them up and say, hey, can you help me out with them? Are they helping them out and things? These are great habits that you want to see if they can either share with, you know, a sibling, a friend, or another individual. It's not going to just automatically translate when you get a child. See, the reason why I have what's called an affinity for children. I love my children, but I love other people's children. I always tell other people, you know, I will protect your child just like if it was mine. They are my child. You see what I'm saying? That's the way I look at it. And that's because I have a special love for children in general. I believe that they are our future, and especially a baby. Looking at a baby's eyes is the closest thing you see to the greatest creation that God has given us.
And you know another test proof is watch them around their nieces and nephews.
That's what I just said. I said sisters. So the thing that helped me it was, you know, I'm 6 years younger, 6 years older than my little brother. So immediately my mother, when my baby brother came, I was changing his diapers at an early age. I was feeding him. You know, I would hold him until he went to sleep. So all these things were constantly being ingrained inside of me. Same thing I did with my children's moms. You know, I always looked at them as like they were my first babies before I became and had before I became a father. You know, I took them around. I helped them get jobs. I taught them how to drive. You know, so on and so forth. So all these things were habitual tendencies that I carried over into fatherhood, along with, I've watched my brothers, I watched my nieces, I watched my nephews. So I got used to, you know, hearing a baby cry, being nagged. Hey, can I have this? Can I have that? Them being hungry and things like that when they got to go to the bathroom. All the little things that would get on a person's nerves if they're not used to it didn't get on my nerves. I understand this just comes with having a child. You see what I'm saying? Now, you will get around certain people, if they can't deal with that stuff and you see it's driving them freaking crazy, no.
They can't.
Hey, true. Let me say this. We ain't going to take no slander from old selfish ass Vaughn and Negro. Oh, damn.
I ain't even see her. Let me see what they're talking about.
They in the chat.
You
taking
look in the
slander
chat.
at us, trying to stand up for them damn
I love Vaughn.
you know you're
Vaughn,
selfish.
Vaughn, I want you to chill out today too, man. Don't do that.
And it doesn't mean some only children can go on to be great parents and great fathers and great husbands. About 2% of them. Okay.
Right. Because this is the thing, Rico. Everybody does, like, people can talk that mess. Like, I have two children. Like, I'm gonna give you an example. My children basically 2 years, they'll be 18 years old. And I still want more children.
Congratulations.
Yeah, no, see, look, you saying congratulations.
I mean, I thought they were younger, but
yeah, no, listen, see, you saying congratulations, but look, I want more children. And a lot of people be like, whoa, you want to start over?
Yeah.
Because see, that's what I'm saying. I actually love children.
But
you know, for me,
I didn't when I wanted them up until like 10 years ago, and that was like almost 50.
Yeah.
So then after that, I was like, okay, nah, that was a dumbass idea.
So that's what I'm saying. These type of conversations, and you will see how people respond to certain things. If they like, man, I can't wait till my child get 18 so they can get out. Oh, no, they don't get house. It has now, it has now became it's no longer a blessing no more. It is now a daggone job, and they are tired. When you hear someone saying stuff like that, or they can't wait, or I need a break, I have never said I needed a break from my children. I don't give a damn what they did. Never, not one time. They have never heard me say, "Do you get on my nerves?" They have never heard me say that I'm tired or I want to break from you or anything like that. It's been times I've been out. It's been times I've been out partying.
Hey, Rico.
Partying and doing a whole bunch of other stuff about certain things, and out with my boys and everything like that. And I would hear my child crying, and then I would actually go home. You feel what I'm saying? I'd be like, all right, I'm on my way. Because a lot of times, for me, my children wouldn't go to sleep until I came in the house. You feel what I'm saying? That's the thing. Huh?
How's your oldest?
16. My daughter be 17 in December.
Hey, brother, you got the unicorn out here. Because, man, when my sons turned 16, man, I was routinely inviting them to leave.
No, that's what I'm saying. See, that's what I'm saying about that type of stuff. You feel what I'm saying? That's normal. You see what I'm saying? This is what I try to tell people. I don't want you to be like me. You feel what I'm saying? I understand that. For me, I understand. Hold on for a minute, Rico. I understand the thing about me. I'm different. That's why I said I have a strong love for children. I'm still like a kid. I'm a child at heart. I still love roller coasters. I still love to have fun. I still play around. I still have fun with my children. We still have great fun. We go to movies, all these type of things. So for me, it's a blessing and a pleasure for me to do these things with my children. That's why I want more.
Okay,
what I'm saying? I want a huge family.
And you know what I'm gonna pray for you, Truth? I'm gonna pray for you because you got two beautiful girls, right?
No, I have a daughter and a son.
You have a son. Oh, you got a son? How old is your son?
Yeah, you got a son. My son's 16.
Oh, damn. Your son and daughter are 16?
Yeah, they're 6 months apart.
But damn, and you don't have no problem with the boy. I was getting ready to say, because boys is hell with fathers. That's why I was. Your girls is like, yeah, I never wanted to run my daughter.
See, my mother, my son. For me and him, it's I'm trying to get his ass out of the mode of being babyfied because his mother babied the hell out of him.
Oh, well,
right, you got to stop.
You feel what I'm saying? So I'm clean right now. I'm cleaning that up because again, he wants to talk, and I don't do a whole lot of talking when it comes to laying down rules and being expected of what to get done. It's no excuses. It's nothing to talk about. Get it done. Men don't make excuses. We make adjustments. We do what we're supposed to do. We get the job done. End of discussion. It's nothing to talk about. If I ask you to take out the trash, do it.
I'm just more used to young boys trying their father's authority, which is what me and Clarence is talking about, what we went through a lot. And I pray you don't have that. And if you don't, that's great. But for me,
like
Clarence, we had it a lot.
Yeah. See, the thing, and that's what I said. That's what this is the thing. I don't compare everybody's situation is the same. You know what I'm saying? I don't, when I hear people like, hey, I don't want no more daggone children. Okay, that's you. You know what I'm saying? Or I can't wait till they get 18 to get the hell out. Okay, that's you. You feel what I'm saying? I don't have those problems with my children. You see what I'm saying? Like, that's why I give all grace to God, because I've really had some great children. Like, I really am blessed where they're not out here screwing up. Their grades are excellent and all these things. And again, this is not all from me. I give most of it to God. They really are decent individuals themselves. You see what I'm saying? And that's the difference. A lot of times, a lot of these kids aren't decent individuals themselves. You feel what I'm saying? They're your children, but you like, man, damn, you got a lot of fucked up ways, and I'm trying to clean this shit up. And then
exactly,
and then it's making me look bad. It's making me look bad because, like, did I raise this fucked up shit? Like, I like, damn. But see, that's the thing. I don't. And that's the thing. I don't have that type of problems. And like I said, I thank God, because I see some of these children around here, and I'm like, damn,
mouths on them.
I don't know what I would do. You know what I'm saying? It's not to say that my children don't do some things. I'll be scratching my head, but they, like, the stuff that I be seeing out here where I want them to get out and everything like that. I was having a conversation with Tammy off of Knowledge and Relationships, and she was asking me, do your children not do what you asked them to do? And things I said, I really don't have that problem out of them like that. Occasionally they might, drift off or whatever, but most of the time they really are like great individuals themselves. And the thing about it was, for me, I made sure I had an individual, intimate relationship with them, like where I actually involve myself with them, like I'm hanging out with my mans and everything like that. I actually get to know my children for who they are. What their likes, what they dislike, what's their strong points, what's their weaknesses. What do I tell them all the time? Tell me. I was like, come to me anytime. If it's anything I do wrong, come to me and say, Dad, man, I don't like that shit. And tell me. Like, we have an excellent relationship where we talk to each other. And that's because I want to let them know I'm their number one fan and I'm their best friend. Ain't nobody going to love you more than I do. Nobody in this world, until you meet that significant other, nobody loves you more than your dad did. I will actually lay my life on the line. I will love you and I will defend you against anybody, but understand this. You do some bullshit, I'm never agreeing with that. And that's love too. You feel what I'm saying?
Right there.
So I went to say all that, and all those type of things that should go to a woman as well. She should all have those type of qualities and everything, and be really looking forward to having children. She needs, in other words, I ask a woman, do she find purpose in having children? That's one of the things I ask. You see what I'm saying? When I'm vetting, do you find purpose in having children? Why is children a necessity for you? What do you want children for? Is it a checkoff, or is it something that you want to do? Do you want to help me produce things that are going to actually affect our future? You know what I'm saying? Our legacy. Do you want to actually have an imprint on this world? Because when we leave, our children will be left behind. You see what I'm saying? So what do you want to raise? Some great people or some fuck ups? Which one?
True. Let me ask Brother Vaughn a question.
Uh-huh.
Are you saying that you got one son or one kid? Because I know your only child, selfish ass, didn't create another one. Please tell me you broke the cycle. Please tell me you did that.
Rico, you got one son, Rico.
I'm like, no, his selfish ass didn't turn around and create
get him,
another
Rico,
one.
if they talking some shit down there.
Rico, you funny, bro. That's some spiteful shit.
Go down there talking shit.
Jay, he like, I'll show these niggas. I'm gonna have another only child.
All right, gentlemen, we getting to that time where we got to start winding down, man. And Jay, I want you to answer that question that Sister Annie asked. But
look at his answer.
Which one?
Daddy knows about, right? Daddy knows.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't have no kids. I mean,
everybody is.
I ain't got no kids.
And this is the last thing I'm gonna say, brother Clarence. This is the last thing I'm gonna say real quick. Everybody's not like me. You feel what I'm saying? I'm different. I have a different heart than a lot of people, and that's something that I had to understand a long time ago. I don't expect people to be me. It doesn't mean that you're a horrible person. You're just not me. You feel what I'm saying? So when people ask like, yeah, why you want to have more children? Because I actually love my babies. You feel what I'm saying? I'm not you. I don't need a break from my children. My children are a blessing.
Exactly.
We have a good time. They're beautiful. They're smart. They're intelligent. They make me laugh like a motherfucker. So why not? When you're doing that, listen. When you're doing that good, brother Clarence, why not have more when they come out so good? You feel me? I can't speak for everybody else.
You know what I mean? But when
I gotta give him credit.
They push you a little bit, and you get to all right. Me and Rico's age, you like, hey, there go the front door. Have at it.
Get the hell out the house,
Don't let the door knob.
I feel you. Y'all had some motherfuckers that was wanting to try y'all. The thing about it, my children have seen me in rare form, so they know not to fuck with me.
I would tell my boys all the time. Literally, I told my boys, them motherfucking streets can show you better than I can. Get in them. You up? I would tell them
so
all
they
the time.
already know. They already know what time it is with me. They seen their dad do some shit.
I gave them a task. And they would say, well, why I gotta do it? How come? Because they start naming each other. Well, how come he can't do it? How come he can't do it?
But Jay, just like I told you, it's like, okay, it's called the game of life. All right, motherfucker, get off the bench. You in the game.
Yeah,
Get the fuck on
hey, you can get off. You ain't got to do nothing. You ain't got to do nothing I said. Go right on out that door. You ain't got to do nothing I said.
You want to listen to me and my counsel? Figure it out. Figure it out. Because what I'm not going to do is spend the rest of my life cleaning your fuck ups. I'm not going to do that because my mama didn't clean mine up. So I'm not going to clean yours up.
Straight,
you
brother.
Keep
one time I had.
be out there.
Hey, see, now, truth, you got me telling a story. So let me tell the story. So one time my son, I think my son was probably about 19 years old, right? And I said, hey, brother, if you're not back in the house by 12 o'clock, 12 o'clock, I'm 19 years old. I need to be on the street. I said, you're going to be on the street. That's fine. You're just not coming back in here after 12 o'clock. You got to go be whatever you're going to do. You got to go do it. So he didn't believe me. So about maybe 1 o'clock in the morning, 1 o'clock in the morning, him and a friend of his try to sneak in my backyard. They try to open my gate, slip in the backyard, and go sit in my garage, right? Man, I came out there. I was on their ass so fast with that machete. wait. We were just. I told you. I don't know who this dude is, but he almost gonna lose his head too. So y'all better get up out of here.
Yep.
Yo, brother Clarence. I actually plan on doing that to one of my sons, because if you know the police in your area, and like you know you work with them previously, you can scare your son straight. I want you to. I want you to show him if he gets in my door.
I was a crazy father. I mean, I'm cool. I'm cool. But when you stepped out of line, see, I two of my sons, they may occasionally do something, but they're not gonna like push the envelope. My oldest boy is the one that's gonna push the envelope, man. He's gonna push it all the way to the. Oh, you said be back at 12. I'll be back at 2. You know what I mean? He's gonna push that envelope.
See, for you, Clarence, that was your oldest. For me, it was my second oldest, where he just, where literally, if you wanted him to do something, tell him he can't do it. That's the first motherfucking thing he gonna do. And literally, it was like
reverse psychology.
He was always girl crazy too, because I had him at one point like he was messing up in high school, so I got him in like I think every state got it. It's run by the National Guard. It's called it's the Maryland National Guard. So like when you fucking up, because they was kicking him out of high school.
Yeah. We got to call California Conservative Corps out here.
Right. So I'm like, and I had to take him way up there north of Baltimore, truth, on the other side of Baltimore where it is. And I took him up there, and it was like a 6-month program. You lived it. Now I busted my ass pulling all these strings to get him in, tested, because he's not stupid. He's very smart, but he's very rebellious to the core. Even to this day, damn near 40, he's still rebellious. He has a rebellious streak that just you can't break. And
Rico, how old is he?
Now he's Demetrius got to be 33.
Oh,
33, 34. Yeah, he's a grown ass man with kids, and he is still as rebellious at 33 as he was at 13. This is 20 years of a rebellious streak that never changed. So I literally remember, I'm like, okay, Demetrius, I done drove you 3 hours north up the state to put you in the school. I done bought all this stuff. I done paid for this program, doing all this. Just go here, learn a trade, get your GED, come back home, we'll be straight. That motherfucker lasted a week. It was a 6-month program. Like a week later, he was on the run.
Should be laughing.
I
I'm
was
sorry.
like,
Hold on, Risa.
You got more patience than me.
Let me tell you this, Risa. I am nice with a machete. I'm talking about nice. So my son knew that. I am nice. I used to teach martial arts, so I was nice with a machete.
This is the part that got me. This is the part that got me. So they found him. They brought him back to the barracks. He decided, I'm gonna fight the drill instructor. You know, and he was big ass drill. They had drills for National Guard drill instructor. Because his nose was open behind this little girl that lived back where we lived. So they called me and they like, Mr. Young,
you get crazy.
You got 3 hours to come get him. I was like, fuck it, put him out. I don't care, because I was so exhausted. And they say, if we put him out, we're gonna charge you X amount of dollars if you don't come get him. So I had to get this other brother, and I said, the oldest one. I said, Lil Rick, I said, ride with me up here. Because if I have to, literally, this is exactly what I told my oldest son, who's 38 now. I said, if I have to go pick him up alone, I'm going to kill this motherfucker. I'm going to kill him. I need you to keep me from killing your brother. He was about 16, maybe 17, because I got him back home. I mean, he was rebellious. Even to this day, my son, who just went back to Germany Tuesday, that's in the Air Force for 13 years, he's sitting there, came here and said, Dad, I wanted to kick his ass. I said, I told y'all that motherfucker. Now I'm done. He is rebellious. He is going to always do the wrong thing. And he is the smartest of the 5, and he purposely sabotaged everything he does because he's this kid that's just
Rico.
I'm not gonna do the right thing. I'm not gonna do the right thing, and I just had to let him go. I love him, but I was like, I gotta love you, hands off. Yeah. And me and him have always, since he was about, remember I told you guys, my oldest 2 sons, their mom abandoned them. And I'm like, so yeah, maybe he's going through some parental abandonment issues, but I'm like, motherfucker, you almost 40. Okay? Let it go.
I had abandonment issues at one point, but they stopped like after high school.
But you gotta let it go. And I'm like, your older brother's 13 years in the Air Force. Okay, he got the same fucking mother. Okay, so it ain't. I know everybody's different, but I'm like, you gotta let it go because I can't fix that. That's something I can't fix, and I'm sick of you blaming me. But it's just and that's why we were telling Brother Truth was like, yeah, I love it that you are problem free, but what me and Clarence went through. You think we want to do this shit again? Yeah, no.
To me, my brothers they're not harassing me, but they be on some other shit. Like, yo, bro, I can't wait till you get your own little one of you because she gonna drive you crazy like she drive me crazy. And I'm like, hey. Well, first of all, my little girl ain't gonna be running my ass. I don't know what the hell you talking about, or my little boy. I'm gonna nip them in the bud like my granddad and my dad did me, and it's gonna show some results. Ain't nobody gonna listen. I'm saying this. I did rebel a little bit, but that was like a 3-year thing in high school. When your dad, a policeman in the military, man, he reel your ass in. Yeah. So no, you're like, nah, you ain't going to jail. I ain't gonna do. I'm about to beat your ass if you do. And after that, and guess what? If you get caught, I'm gonna leave your ass in juvie.
Yeah, I had that one, but the rest, all the rest turned out.
Definitely, man. It's not a joke. And I'm sorry Rico had to go through that. That's wow. You telling me he's the smartest one and he did that reflexively? That's crazy.
Yeah, but that's normal, man. Just like Ron saying.
Nah, it ain't that normal, Brother Clarence.
No, hold on. My 17-year-old is constantly trying to give me pushback, and I push his ass forward. I'm just saying, man. It's when I say normal, I mean it's not like when you see it. It's not like, oh my God, I can't believe a child is acting like that. When you see it, it's not. It doesn't shock you that you see, because a lot of children, based on the TV shows, right? Because the TV shows, I had to get my baby boy to stop watching Nickelodeon and the Disney Channel. I had to get him to stop watching. Yeah. And the reason why, Jay, my reasoning behind that was that if you look at those television shows, most of them, the children are the smartest people on the show, and the adults are like,
and the adults are dumb as hell.
Yeah, right. They bumping into each other like, some kind of way to rent
Simpsons, baby.
some kind of way they're driving around. They have a driver's license or something, right? But my point was, my son was kind of picking that up and kind of, using
imitating what he saw on the TV.
Yeah, he was thinking the same thing. I'd say, hey, whoa, this is reality. I used to deliver scripts in Hollywood, so I know they're at a table. They read everything you looking at. They sit at a table and everybody around the table reads all of that. So it's not like this is not what you're looking at is not real. I kept telling him. But the whole point of the situation is, it's not uncommon. That's what I meant to say. It's not uncommon that, especially when boys, they get these infusions of testosterone, right? They will normally push back. Now the question is, how do you handle that? Because you don't want to emasculate them, but at the same time, you want to get them to understand that, hey, there's a hierarchy here.
Right.
I'm at the top, not you.
You're right. And you know what I ascribe it to, and I hate to say this, and I always say, and I put myself in this classification, is I'm like, oh, I hate this fucking term too. I'm the alpha, and I'm gonna use the word alpha in the true sense, in that I believe every family is a pack, a wolf pack, a dog pack, whatever. And the alpha sits at the top to set, the tone. So again, I don't use it in the fuckboy term like they use it, but in the sense of, because I have to be the first to take the bullet, hunt. I have to do everything because I have all of this responsibility on me. So when I set the boundary, and the alpha in the wolf pack not only sets the boundaries for the pups and the rest of the pack, he also said, okay, this is how we travel. This is how we move. This is what we do. This is where we'll rest. This is where we'll den. This is when we'll mate. This is when we'll do all these things, because the responsibility is there. And the alpha sets the boundaries. So for boys in particular, like I said, I never had this problem on any of my girls, but all of the boys tried me to a certain level. I only had one that I could never break. And it wasn't the oldest one. It was the second one. I was like, I told everybody, I was like, this motherfucker is unbreakable. You have some that they going to leave this world on their own terms. And he's one. And it's just like, he's my son. I love him, but he's unbreakable. And he is as wild of a Mustang as you can find. And he's going to do whatever the hell he wants. And I only pray, I'm only happy that up until this point, he's never caused any life-threatening or life-altering behavior to anyone but himself. He's more self-destructive than he is destructive. Ain't nothing positive coming out of him, but most of his destruction is self-destructive. And and he'll work, he'll do all these things, but it's just like his brothers. I'll be like, he got 4 brothers, and I'm like, talk to him, and he's at the point where the same way he resisted me. Like my oldest son's like, Dad, he won't listen to none of us. I said he wants to be a loner, an outsider. It's me against the. He's adopted this me against the world shit.
Oh, I know what it is. I know what he got. I know what he got, Rico. I know exactly what he got when you said that. He on this F the world mentality. It's like, no one ever looked on me kindly. No one ever helped me. So F everybody. I'm going to take this. I got a pal that had the same thing, similar to thing. I know exactly. It's the same thing he got too.
Yep.
No one ever looked on him kindly.
Jay, before you get into it, let me clear up Brother Watkins. Brother Watkins says, what do you mean you watch it? What you watching ain't real? What I mean, Brother Watkins, is those TV shows on
you meant the cartoon shows,
not even the cartoon, the real life,
or the live action ones, where like the parents are just dumb.
Where they have, what was the one with Miley Cyrus, Hannah Montana?
I know what you're talking about.
Like
Hannah Montana.
Yeah, man, these shows
about all them
where all of the adults were like bumping into each other, but the children were the smartest ones on the show and everything. Okay, but that's not the reality. So that's what I was telling my son, Brother Watkins.
Can't take that stupid.
I watching because he was starting to adopt that philosophy, like he was the smartest one in the house, right? some kind of way we were getting food in there, some kind of way we were getting the rent paid, some kind of way we were getting the lights on, some kind of way we were getting all of this stuff done minus him, but he's the smartest one in the house. So that's what I was that's what I was saying. I had to go to him and say, because I had intimate knowledge of how that situation actually works, because I used to deliver scripts. This is before the internet. Right now you can pull a script up on the internet, but before we had to physically deliver scripts to all of these different studios and talent agents and stuff. The talent agents would order the script, and then if they had somebody that they thought was good for the script, they would send the person out out to the lot. So anyway, that's how that worked. So I was telling him, hey man, no, I walk in on what they call table reads, where every actor is sitting at the table and they reading their part. Miley Cyrus says this, and they read that, and then the other person says that, and it comes out on TV like it's natural, but they've already sit at the table read everything first. But I see you got what I said, Brother Watkins. Okay, Jay, man, you got to give us your closing remarks, because we got to get out of here. The old doctor.
Oh no, on it quickly. All in all, listen, I guess, damn. I said what I said on vetting, guys. And to what Robert Watkins said, like his comment before, have I ever? Hey man, listen, it felt amazing, bro. But guess what? The difference is my grandma put a conscience in me, so it kept me from doing a lot of stupid shit. I'm gonna be real about that. Cause trust me, man. Hey man, look, we're going nose on game night. We did a lot of stupid stuff when we was done, but that was something you have to take very seriously, man. So all in all, man, I learned nothing bad ever happened. We're safe. The girl I had sex with was very, very reasonable. And all in all, the thing for me to take from it was always use protection, and I've been using it ever since that time. There was never a scare. There was never any of that. I just knew that I always had to do that what was taught. And guess what? Ladies have hated me because I said, listen, if you're not a fan of Gomu or actually rubber at this time, you gotta get the hell away from me. See ya. That's really what it is. And some dude think I'm chill, like I'm joking. Like, dude, I see my bros, they know I've never done that. And even one of the baddest ones, I said no. And everything, and trust me, I would have liked to, but I'm like, no. It tells me what type of person you are, because I'm getting to be able to read people a lot more better whenever I started doing that. And I'm just like, you got to be, like I said, you really got to be careful. Choose your battles carefully. And know what woman you want to do that with in terms of marriage. That's what I'm saying. I'm not doing that for marriage. I'm doing that to make kids. So that ain't no joke. For me, it is. But all in all, like I said, yo, some of y'all have some badass kids, and I can't speak because I was probably bad myself. I ain't gonna say probably. I definitely was. But I'm like, yo, hopefully I didn't. I always keep saying to myself, hopefully I didn't do anything really bad when I was young. Like I ran on the freaking kitchen table or some shit, or was on the cat. Everybody knows kids. Listen, cabinets and kids are best friends.
Jay, I don't mean no harm. Jay, I mean no harm, but you look like you was a bad little motherfucker. I look at you. I be like, that little motherfucker was a monster. We're always talking back, always doing shit. I know.
I did all that. I know I did do all that, and like I said, reality kicks in. Like, you got to make a change. You got to do things. You want your parents to be proud of you instead of being angry at you. That's really what it was.
And being a bad kid doesn't mean you're a bad person. That just means at that point in your growth, you just was a bad little motherfucking kid. I mean, I almost set my brother on fire in the bed playing with matches. Not because I was trying to. I was playing with matches and made an accident and lit the bed. And of course, everybody wanted to beat the living shit out of me. But it was an accident. But I was being defiant by playing with matches after she told me not to. So you can be a good kid and do some horrible shit.
I know.
That's all I'm saying.
I know. Yo,
I did a lot of dumb, but all the people that I was around, we would do some really crazy, stupid, harmful stuff because we didn't know any better. We would do stupid, and literally, like I told the story before, we played a game of Hangman where we used to push people. You remember that, Jay? pushing
Yes, I
people off
remember.
of stuff
Rico,
with shit
Rico,
around their neck
Rico,
because we thought
Rico,
it was funny, and it
Rico,
wasn't.
are you gonna let him finish his remarks?
Oh, I'm sorry.
No. He's right, and I am going to end it. But we do a lot of stupid stuff when we're young, and I understand our parents wanted to.
Jay know he was bad, little bad.
I was bad. I was a little bad, motherfucker. I'll admit to that. I admit to that wholeheartedly. I can't remember what I did when I was a kid, but I know I did some a lot of stupid stuff when I got older. So yeah, I definitely. So the bad streak is in you when you're young. Just make an effort to listen to your. Ain't nobody here is a freaking kid, so I can't say this to the adults. Your kids is gonna do stupid, young, dumb shit, and it's just like, yo, when that little motherfucker thing gets step up to you, do knock his ass out like you should. I got that reality call, and also I needed it because I ain't gonna be able to integrate with society, or I'm gonna be in jail. So you better to integrate with society, make a living for yourself, than be behind bars. That's the best thing I can do to learn. So all in all, man. That little motherfucker ain't gonna step up to me. You don't get knocked out like I got knocked out with my dad. So all in all, I mean, like I said, raise your kids the best abilities to how you see fit. I understand that. And listen, I don't care what the damn law says. Whoop that fucking ass.
Next live is it'll probably be Saturday, man. Probably Saturday.
Or Sunday for sure. Sunday for sure. Sunday for sure, maybe Saturday. Yeah, we won't guarantee Saturday, but we'll guarantee Sunday.
Yeah, gotcha. Sunday is guaranteed for sure.
Yes.
All right,
but we'll try to do something Saturday. We'll try.
Thank you, brother. Jay, you have you got a chill out session going on?
Oh yeah, guys. I'm gonna have it at 7:45 today. I normally do it at 8, but I'm just gonna start a little bit early because my man Jay and Mike is doing the stream tonight, so I might leave it. We might get done around 10:30 tonight or around 11. But other than that, guys, check out the chill session.
What time zone, Jay?
Okay, it's gonna be Eastern. It's gonna be Eastern. Okay, 7:45 Eastern.
And drop your link in the chat, Jay. I mean your channel in the chat, so people know where to find it.
I gotta get
just put that there, and I'm gonna put it on there before I dip. But but yes, guys, subscribe to my man. Let's Talk About Our Life. He's amazing. The man has much wisdom and much knowledge. Rico is the funniest man, but also the realest man that I've ever heard and talked to be honest. And I love his takes. Yeah, man. That brothers.
If you don't mind getting cussed out a lot, you can hang out with Rico, man.
I don't get cussed out.
One thing I gotta say about Rico.
Cuss you out with love. I cuss you out with love.
Rico and respect. Don't make no distinctions from nobody. If you his friend, if you not his friend, you gonna get cussed out.
I'm his friend. I'm gonna get cussed out, bro. Let's say like J.O. dumbass, you should be doing that. I'm like, okay. I get it all the time from my brothers. It's cool.
Yeah, man,
I do it to them too, so don't worry. I ain't like I'm getting abused.
Exactly, because that's what I want. I want that honest, authentic truth to tear me a new asshole when I'm left. When I'm left, I'm left.
I feel you, sir.
All right, Jay.
I try to be the friend that I want.
All right, Jay, I'm gonna pull you down, brother. All right, thank you.
Got you, brother.
All right, then there was 2 dinosaurs left. We got the third dinosaur. He'll be back on Sunday, but there's 2 left.
Yeah. I'm saying that it was a great stream. It started off a little salty and a little testy, but I was going to touch it, but I'm not going to touch it because I think all in all, it was a great stream. I wanted to say thank you and shout out to Brother Jay Takashi and Brother Truth for coming up and joining the panel. I think they made the panel lively and like it always is. And I think that, their insight that they brought to being a parent, being a father, having kids, wanting to have kids is very insightful and necessary and needed for the culture and the conversation. Of course, the chat, you guys are the fucking
awesome,
best.
Man, the best chat in the world.
You guys are the fucking best. I can't shout you all out because I can't remember because I'm getting old and senile being an old dinosaur. But Brother Vaughn, definitely with your selfish ass, only child ass, I'm just fucking with you, brother. But I love you, man. I love the way you bring it to the conversation. And Sister Inye, you better stop doing this shit with these hard ass questions. You better stop it. They're good though. Keep bringing them. Put that pressure on us. Make us talk about something sensible. Because when you don't make us talk about good stuff by asking us questions in the chat, that's why us and these other spaces end up with all that garbage. And we're trying to get away from that. So thank you. I only say that because of the fact that hell, I didn't have a good answer for it. Great question. Made us all think. We're like, damn, she gonna make me look stupid, right? But great topic, great conversation. Like always, we almost at 4 hours, but I think it was solid that, you know, how we attack the vetting process. And I would say to people out there, vet and vet better.
Right.
Do a better job of vetting your relationships, your friendships, your business associations, your job. Vetting is for your own personal protection. So you don't do it for me, you don't do it for Clarence, you do it for you. So we need to continue to push that. We need to continue to push that out into the narrative and the community. And for us to win, we only win if we do the work. We don't do the work, the vet better, to make sure that we don't make stupid, immature, premature decisions and mistakes and falling for the beauty and the booty, then, you know, we have nobody to blame but ourselves. So again, salute to you, bro Clarence. You know, I'll see you on the other side, and we're gonna do this again as soon, very, very soon, sir.
Yeah, I hit you in a little while, man.
Do that.
All right, man. I know I got Rico probably gonna cuss me out for something, right? All right. All right. Shout out to all of y'all in the chat, man. We appreciate y'all. Y'all are the reason why we do all of this stuff, man, because you guys keep us going, man. You guys, sometimes I be asking Rico, I'll be like, man, are we really doing anything? Or is this really, you know, he'd be like, yeah, man, chat, you know. Same thing with me. Sometimes I'll be like, man, I don't know if we really doing anything, man. You know what I mean? But, you know, but then I see y'all coming to chat and y'all be like, man, like Big Rick, Great Stream and everything. And same thing with Brother Truth. Truth is Never Favorite, and Vaughn and Annie and Quantum and Risa and all you guys, man. You guys come in and, you know, just give us a pat on the back. Maybe you guys can't stay the whole stream, but you guys give us a pat on the back, a like or whatever, and you guys come back and check in or whatever, right? So we appreciate that. We appreciate that because it gives us, because like I said, like we've said many occasions, we won't mind if this turns into something bigger than just us giving our opinions. Like, for example, turn into a little business type thing. We won't mind that, but that's not what we're not looking to do. I don't expect to do that. I don't expect to be like the lead attorney making $2,000 or $3,000 a live stream. I never expected that. So all I wanted to do is pretty much put a different way of thinking out there. I know most Black people think a certain way, and I'm trying to just put my spin on the way things to think out there. And then I was happy when Rico came over, because Rico, he thinks similarly, but he has different reasons. He approaches things a different way. So I wanted y'all to see that even though we're not 100% agree with everything, right, with each other, but we can still, be friendly, and have a good time. You know, me and Rico have fun talking to each other, and we just have a good time. We have fun, right? But I may not agree 100% with him. He may not agree 100% with me, but we still respect each other enough to say, okay, well, that's him. Unless, of course, Rico cussed me out about chaotic or something like that, right? Man. Yeah, thanks, Vaughn. We appreciate it, man, because that's what we're trying to do. I mean, I know sometimes it don't look that way, but that's what we really trying to do, man. We really trying to put the positive vibes out here, man. That's what we really trying to do. Sometimes I have to reel Rico back in, or sometimes I have to concede to Rico. I say, okay, do it here, do it in a controlled environment. Don't do what you about to do someplace else where it's gonna go off the rails. Do it here. So sometimes I have to reel Rico in, man. I got to make a deal with him for something. But ultimately we are trying to put out positive messages, right? All right, we appreciate y'all. What did y'all think about the stream? What do you think about vetting? I hope we open up your minds enough to say, and most of you guys here pretty much think the same way we do about vetting, the vetting situation, and we appreciate all of y'all, New Growth, everybody. We appreciate y'all, right? So the vetting is very important. Why? Because a lot of this violence can be cut down if we just make sure we vet the people that come into our circle, right? sometimes we will let people come into our circles just because of their physical appearance, or they talking good, or they bring this resource, or they bring that resource, or whatever. So we let them in our circle, right? This is how, unfortunately, the entertainer Selena got killed, because she let somebody in her circle that had issues that they didn't pick up on right away. And by the time they picked up on it, she was so interwoven into the business that they had to rip her out of it. And the person, her whole identity was working with Selena, even though she was embezzling money and doing all this stuff. Her whole identity was she was important because she was working with Selena, and that's what made her important. And when they took that away from her, she had nothing else to live for, and she ultimately lured Selena to a hotel room or motel room where she ultimately took her life. But if they had vetted her properly ahead of time, maybe that wouldn't have never happened, right? Maybe if they would have vetted her better. I'm not saying they didn't do a proper job, because maybe at that time they did the best they could, right? But it's not the time where you could just take people at face value anymore. Got to vet them. You got to vet them. And I'm sure the men that were in relationships with these women that lost their children, they saying they never thought in a million years the lady would kill the children. Just like the lady Susan Smith, right? Susan Smith drowned her children and said 2 black dudes came and carjacked her children, and she knew her children was at the bottom of the lake. She knew exactly where they were. And she was saying she didn't know where they were. Here the husband came, the ex-husband came back around and was trying to be in a relation, trying to comfort her. He was trying to comfort her as well as himself. But all the while, this lady knew where them children was at the bottom of that lake. She knew it. She knew it. And she didn't say nothing. And that was a sad situation. But why did she do that? Because she had mental issues. And there was red flags. There's always breadcrumbs. There's always breadcrumbs. And you got to look for the breadcrumbs so you can say, hey, some people say, that's a small thing. That's a small thing, Risa. Don't worry about that. Nothing is a small thing, because everything starts off small. Everything starts off small. You know what's one of the things that starts off the smallest? It starts off really small most of the time, and that is disrespect. Disrespect starts off this big. At first, it's just you get a little pushback, and you go, oh, that's no big deal, yeah. And then next thing you know, by the time you turn around, now you're getting this much disrespect. I ain't got to do that. I'm not doing, and next thing you know, it grows and grows and grows until it becomes impossible to deal with. It's a major issue, right? But that's why I say we got to vet people. Unfortunately, we can't vet our children, right? We can't send them back when they start acting up, right? You can't send them back, Vaughn. You gotta keep working with them and hoping at some point they'll see the light, right? At some point. But I always was logical with my sons. I always said, when I say, hey man, you gotta take out this trash. Why I gotta do it? Oh, you ain't gotta do it. You can leave. Go live somewhere else where you don't have to do it. I used to tell them all the time, I ain't no hater. I'm not a hater. You want to go live somewhere else? Well, you ain't got to take the trash out. Go ahead. But if you're going to be here and you're going to eat the food here and you're going to sleep here, you're going to take the trash out. Grumble, grumble, grumble. What? Nothing. Right? For vetting, we got to do better. We got to do better. So when you guys are out and about and you're talking, and you're teaching your children, and you're teaching your sons and daughters, tell them about vetting. Vetting is so important. Everything is a big deal. I keep telling, I had to tell my wife so many times. She said, Clarence, you make everything a big deal. Yeah, I make everything a big deal. Everything is a big deal. Everything is a big deal. She said, well, she'll get on the ladder or do something, stand on a stool or something on the wrong step or something. And she'd be like, it's okay. I'm like, no, it's not okay. No, why are we even taking this risk, this unnecessary risk? We don't need it. Just stand on the thing right. Do it right. Right? I'm that kind of person, right? When I used to, we used to eat a lot of hot dogs. If my wife is the kind of person, well, we ain't got no hot dog buns. Okay, just grab a piece of bread. No, I'm gonna go to the store and get some hot dog buns. Because if I'm gonna eat a hot dog, which I rarely do, I mean not, beef hot dog or turkey hot dog. I'm not gonna get I'm gonna do it right. If I went to that much trouble to eat something like that, I'm gonna do it right. But that's kind of dude I am. I don't like to see no unnecessary risk being taken, man. Safety risks especially. I don't like to see safety. Just well, whatever. Let them do it. Me and my wife get into it because my granddaughter likes to ride her little scooter in the house, and I'm like, no, man. She's like, but my wife would say, but it's so windy outside. She can't ride outside. I said, yeah, but she's gonna do this to somebody's gonna trip on her. No, don't do that. Right? So I had to make a concession. Okay, you can ride it up to this point, but after that, you can't ride it all in the kitchen and everything else. No, not gonna happen, right? But vetting is a very important thing, right? Vetting is a very important thing. It can be, like Vaughn said, it can be the difference between life and death. It can be the difference between life and death, right? Literally, right? We just saw 2 or 3 stories where those lives may have been saved if the mental issues that these women had been recognized and acted upon, right? Who knows? Maybe those children will be alive, man. If you're a praying person, pray for the families. But that's a trip. So anyway, we're gonna wrap this one up. I'm gonna wrap this one up, y'all. Thank y'all for hanging out with me. I'll probably do one. I don't know if Rico will be here on Saturday because he has stuff to do with the family. I usually do something earlier. Mr. B, you in the house? All right, man. You want to know. You one of the few dudes I'll drop this link for, man. Hold on one second. Hold on one second. I'm trying to get out of here, Mr. B. You doing like Patrice, man. You come in right before we about to shut this thing down. Shout out to Mr. B and everybody over at Knowledge and Relationships. If you haven't already subscribed to Knowledge and Relationships, go on over there and subscribe to Knowledge and Relationships, man. They doing some real serious stuff over there, serious work over there. Brother Vaughn said, I know that's right, Brother Clarence. Put tomatoes, onions, ketchup, mustard, do it up Chicago style. I mean, hey, man, you know what I mean? If I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it right. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to do it right. You know what I mean? I'm not going to, I don't play, man. When I do stuff, I try to do it right. That's why, see, Vaughn, that's why everybody wants to go with me, right? My wife and my sons, they all want to roll with me because they know they're not, I'm going to make sure everything is the way it's supposed to be, right? I'm gonna make sure everything's the way it's supposed to be, man. If I gotta pay $5 more or $10 more, whatever, I'm gonna pay for it. I'm gonna make sure it's right. I'm gonna make sure it's right, right. But yeah, man, we were talking about vetting. Yeah. So anyway, yeah, brother, Mr. B, I'm waiting for you, man. If you coming up, you better come on up, man, because I'm about to close up shop here, man. Vaughn ain't gonna let me stay here much longer, man. So I had to shut this down, man, so I can get on out of here, man. Got some phone calls to make, just like you over there at Knowledge Relationships. You guys do an excellent job, man, of sending me out those what do you call it? Those StreamYard links. I never click on them, man, because I usually be home and I'm watching on my TV. I don't have my computer there. I have my computers and everything here. If I had my stuff at my house, man, my family would tear up all this stuff, man. Not on purpose, but they just they would be trying to use my stuff too, and I'll go crazy. So to save everybody in trouble, I just got my own office, man. That way I can do what I want to do. Ay. I'm giving Mr. B a couple of, Mr. B is a celeb, so I'm gonna give him a couple of minutes, and then if you don't punch in a couple of minutes, then we gonna hit the road, man. Yeah, man. So, what are some red? Well, let me give y'all some bonus. Let me give y'all some bonus info. Yeah, I don't know, Big Rigs. I'm waiting on them, but we'll see what happens. What's some red flags you need to look for? Well, one red flag is mental illness. How do you notice mental illness? I said this before. You notice mental illness through incompetence. That's the what you're gonna see in most people is incompetence. You're gonna see them screwing up at places where that a normal person wouldn't screw up at, right? You're gonna be screwing it, or they're gonna have fixations. They're gonna have fixations on things that's irrelevant to their daily life, right? They're fixated on gambling, or fixated on prime, or fixated on money, or they fixated on stuff. They're galvanized around something, right? That has nothing to do with their daily life, right? And it's not gonna, if they come in contact with it, it's not gonna be a benefit to their life. It's gonna be an indulgence to their desires, right? The next thing is, I would say, jealousy. Jealousy that is not good. If you have somebody and you see, at first, when you first start going out with somebody that's cute, right? They're jealous, right? You know what I mean? They say stuff to you like, "Don't make me have to hurt somebody," stuff like that, right? And you think it's cute. But as the relationship grows and grows and grows and grows, then they start being jealous. Oh, well, you're supposed to be here at 5:30. It's 5:35. Where you been? You got a girlfriend? Like, what? What are you talking about? You ever heard of traffic? No. You should be here at 5:30. I timed it. I went to your job and I drove back, and I know how long it takes for you to get to get back here, right? You do not want to be with a jealous person, man, because they don't use logic to think, man. They use their emotions, right? And so, a person that uses their emotion, jealousy is wild, but Big Rigs. But Vaughn said, asked me to buy you something too early during the vetting process. Big red flag for me. Yeah, man. Women are going to test you, right? They're going to test you, right? They're going to create situations where you got to dig in your wallet. That's just what they do, man. In today's society, they're going to create situations where you got to dig in your wallet. Now you got to decide, okay, I got to either explain to her that that's not going to happen, not do it, or do it, right? You got three options you got there. So being tested, you're right, Quantum, I was getting there. So what you got to do is decide what you're going to do. Now but the thing about the decision that you make is you got to be able to think farther along down the line what's going to happen. If you take this test and you jump through that hoop, you know what's coming? More hoops, right? More hoops are coming. So if let's say a woman want to test you and get you to buy her some type of item, right? A purse or whatever, right? And you don't even, I'm talking about you don't even know her. I'm not talking about somebody you in a relationship with. I'm talking about somebody you don't even know this chick. You just met her and she's trying to get you to buy her an expensive purse, right? My birthday is next week, right? And she's telling probably 4 or 5 dudes, my birthday is next week. I want that part, right? Whatever. But you like Brother Vaughn said, if you see that they're trying to get you to buy really expensive things early in the situation, that is a red flag. That's a red flag. That's a red flag. That's a person that's not mature enough to understand that this relationship, that woman need to be working on this relationship just as much as you. But a woman like that just thinks that you came up with her. So therefore she ain't got to do no work. right? She ain't got to do nothing to try to make the relationship work and make it last. Let's see. So she said, since Quan said men test women too. Yeah, he tests to see how far he can go. Right. That's what I'm saying. You got to decide. Right. What you say? Women, we test to see if you will invest. But see, here's the thing, Quantum. I don't even know you yet. How can I invest in you? I don't even know you. Now, I will say this. Now, this is how you get rid of people. I will say this. Hey, if you have any friend or any girlfriend that you have and you don't know how to get rid of somebody, this is a patented way of getting rid of somebody. Sister Risa said, asking to borrow money early. You can always tell he's raised by his grandmama. Man, let me tell you something. There is no better way to get rid of somebody than borrowing money. Just keep borrowing money from them. Eventually, you ain't gonna hear from them no more. They will go away. They will dismiss themselves from your circle, man. I'm trying to tell you, it is a brilliant way to get rid of someone is borrow money. No, don't ask them to buy you something. Borrow money, meaning that let them know that your intention is to pay them back, right? And you start out small. Oh, $10, $20, $50, $100. When you get it up to about $100, $200, man, and this is what you do. I mean, if you thinking about breaking up with somebody and you don't know how to break up with them, borrow money. That is a tried and true way of getting rid of somebody. If you're in a relationship and you want to break up with that person and you don't want them to have no bad feelings, borrow money. That is absolutely a good way of getting rid of somebody. Quantum says women test to see if you invest in her. That is a sign of possible provider and shows how serious he is. Yeah, but you can't ask that up front, right? That's like me on the first day saying, "Well, hey, come on, I meet you in the Applebee's," and I say, "Hey, well, let's go have sex right now." Right? So I can see how serious you are, right? See how much you willing to invest in this situation. No. Everybody gotta have some decorum, Quantum. We gotta slow it down a little bit, and everybody's got to prove themselves worthy of these investments, right? The woman invests time, the man invests time and money and resources. The woman invests time in making herself look her very presentable. Everybody invests a lot, right, into the situation. So we got to take our time and see how things are going to turn out. We can't just, jump out there, right? we can't do that, Connor, because as far as men. Now I know women expect that out of men, right? Well, you got to take me on a $200 date. No. I don't even know you yet. I don't have $200 to just throw out there. That's no. Let's go for coffee first. Let's see if we even have some chemistry, right? So I know the women say, "Well, I ain't gonna have no chemistry on a coffee date." Well, then I guess it's not gonna work for us. Brother Big Rick say, "Preach, bro. I'm trying, man. I'm trying." Brother Vaughn say, "Just say no. Just say no." Sister Quantum said, "An investment doesn't have to be items. Time is the best investment." Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, Quantum. I'm talking about like you go somewhere, you sit down, have a nice, coffee, a nice, whatever you drink, beverage, and maybe a little piece of cake or something. And you just sit down and just get to know each other. You gotta see if you have some chemistry first, because if you set the bar too early, then you're gonna end up disappointing someone because you can't keep up that pace, right? Case in point, my granddaughter, I used to bring her something every time I came in the house. My wife had to tell me, say, "You gotta stop that." Why? He said, "Because what you're doing is putting the bar so high that she expects that you're gonna bring her something every time you come through that door. She expects it, and she's disappointed when you don't." And you don't want her to be like that. Now she expects everybody to bring her something through that door. No, no, no. She needs to learn that, hey, you know, if she does something really good, yeah, you will bring her something. But if you know, but you're not gonna bring her something every time she walks through the door. She's supposed to be good. I said, you're right. I said, you're right. I had to learn that because it was hard for me, man. That was my baby. Still is my baby. Brother Vaughn said, you got to learn something about people just by telling them no. Yes, you will. Just watching them, how they gonna react, right, man? You just see how they act, man. You go, oh yeah, okay, right? Oh man, we got a whole nother conversation. Go ahead. Says Quantum says men usually treasure their wallets. For women, it's the cookie. That's where the heart is. You know what, Quantum? I don't think it's not that much that men treasure their wallets. I just feel like that's inappropriate for me to be trying to spend a whole bunch of money just to get to know somebody. Now, if you my girl or something, that's different. But I don't even know you, and I'm already gonna spend $200 or $300 on a date. I don't even know you. Like that doesn't make sense. And to reflect that, a woman would never do something like that. A woman, do you think a woman would spend $300 on a date on a man that she don't even know? That would never happen. That would never happen. And shout out to the women that do spend money on dates, but that would never happen. You know, a woman. Do you think a woman would spend a lot? I mean, a woman would just never do that, and then she would be right to not do that. Just like a woman should not give away that cookie right away. You shouldn't, because once a guy realizes that he don't have to do that much work, in a man's mind is going to say, well, if I didn't have to do that much work, I'm sure nobody else have to do that much work. So if they don't have to do that much work, then why am I looking at this woman as she's special, right? What makes the woman special is the chastity, right? That's what actually makes the woman quote unquote special, right? Is that the chastity is being preserved as much as possible, right? Y'all don't hear me. I'm just talking out loud. Louis said, right. They think nothing's wrong with using people. Yeah, you know, I mean, some people were taught that way for some reason. Quantum said some women can and do ask up front and get it. Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do. But those relationships don't usually last. They don't usually respect those guys, right? They look at them as just, you know, objects, right? They're just objects. They're just objects with wallets. Right? It's all a matter of who you're dealing with. Absolutely, Quantum. I believe that's true. That's true. Because if you ain't dealing with the right person, it doesn't matter how good you treat somebody. If they're not a good person, they're not gonna appreciate it. Absolutely. Brother Boss say, preach. I'm trying, brother. I'm trying. Big Rick said, you can get something off the dollar menu. I wouldn't go that far. Big Rigs. I wouldn't go that far. I mean, you know, if I invite somebody out, I'm definitely gonna take them to a nice place, man. But I mean, I'm not gonna take them to get them $300 steak, man. That's not gonna happen, man. Since Quam said there are too many men with means that would disagree, I have to get these conversations with various men. Y'all are not all the same. Yeah, we're not Quantum. But see, I'm a different guy. You know what I mean? I'd rather have. There's guys out there that would date 10 different beautiful women that have bad personalities. I'm not. I'm the one that would rather date one woman with a good personality and just enjoy her. I would rather do that. That's a lot less work, a lot less trouble, in my opinion, right? But there's some guys that just because they want to be known as a person that have all of these different women around them, for whatever reason, that they get off on that. But that's like, I'm not that type of guy. You know what I mean? I could definitely deal with just one woman at a time who had a good personality. That's me, because the personality plays a lot of role to me. Now, some guys, that personality don't care, right? As long as the sexual tension is at a certain level, they don't care what the personality is like. I'm just not that dude. Quantum said, I'm simplistic though. I'm the coffee date girl. Yeah, I mean the first one, Quantum, come on, cut us a break on the first one. Now if we got some chemistry, we vibing on that first little meeting, Okay, cool. Now I can take you out for dinner. We can graduate to dinner, right? But if we ain't vibing, at least I didn't spend a whole lot of money and we not vibing, right? You got a crazy personality or ex-boyfriend or a husband, and you just separated or whatever, and you got some crazy situation going on. But now I know. I didn't spend a whole lot of money finding that out, right? Quantum said some men like doing it because they can. Women do ish like that too. Yeah. It's called manipulation. It's called manipulation. I have something you want, so I'm going to use your desire to get that situation to get what I want. It's not going to be a mutual thing where we are mutually going to succeed together. No, I'm going to manipulate you into a situation where I can get what I want. If you get what you want, cool. If you don't, cool. Kwame said they call sugar daddies and sugar mamas. Yeah. I mean, and some people have accepted that lifestyle, right? They accept it. They say, hey, look, I know that my good looks days are past. And so I know that I have to put money on the table. What they say, pay like you weigh. I have to put money on the table to make something happen. That's on them. That's on them. That is on them. Right? Oh man. Since Risa said both parties feel there's nothing wrong with that and will definitely not admit they were wrong. Well, I mean, like I said, some people are good with it and some people are not. Quantum says there has to be a give and take relationship. Both, in essence, get used by the other and both give back to each other. Okay, here's the thing, Quantum. When both people are getting something out of it, it's not being used. You're not being used. Okay, you're not being used. When both people are getting a positive result and moving in the similar direction, everybody wants to accomplish the same goals, and everybody, that's not being used. Used is when one person is getting more than the other person, right? Like one person is constantly outdoing the other person. That's where you can be used, where you're not getting the same the most out of this relationship like the other person is getting, and that's you gotta watch that. You gotta question that and watch that. Big Time Trump said, "Where's the bro clan stand? We ain't got one yet, man. We ain't got one yet. Well, we working on a big time, Mike. We working on Big Mike. Big Rick says, great personality means the most. Yeah, it does. It does to me at least. Quam says, but he's still buying, investing his money and time on that coffee date. Yeah, but it's not outrageous, Quantum. It's not outrageous. He might be investing his time and money, but it's not an outrageous cost, right? You're gonna have to invest time, no matter how much money you put down on the table. You have to invest time. But when you first just trying to see if you have some chemistry, because that should be the first thing you should see if you got chemistry. What do I mean by chemistry? What I mean by chemistry, that means I'm coming in as a male, and I'm bringing a masculinity. You're bringing a femininity. That's chemistry. That's the chemistry we need. That's the first thing we need to see, and the chemistry that we have works, meaning that I feel good when I'm around you. You feel good when you're around me. Okay, now that works, right? But we need to see if that's even there first, because if I take somebody on a not 50, but $100 steak or whatever. I mean, I'm just throwing numbers out there, but I take people out there for a steak, and we not vibing. I feel like an idiot for spending $100 on a date that I know right away we're not gonna never see each other again. And this girl's gonna take her steak to kill a red, as we say, who's gonna come over her house at 12 o'clock at night to do what I wanted to be doing. Rita said, that's cool if you like being used, but if you don't move on, this becomes a problem for everyone. The user is among us in the world, in the world, another screwed up situation. Yeah, you don't want to use people, man, because eventually, if you use people enough, you're gonna get used, and you don't want to do that. Quantum says we all users in essence. Well, like I said, it depends on that's a game of semantics. Some people say, well, we all use each other, but what I say is using people is where you have the intent to only achieve your own goal, and if they're gonna achieve their goal, then it's a byproduct. But when you are in a fully functioning relationship, you're not trying to use this person to get where you're trying to go. You want to make sure they're getting where they're trying to go as well. And to me, that's not using. That's working in tandem. You're not really using the person. You just we are benefiting from each other's proximity, in my opinion. And that's the way I look at it. Because the word when we say using somebody, that has a negative connotation, in my opinion. Risa says cap. But that's the way I see it, Risa. That's the way I see it. Quan said, I get it. No one likes the word use because it's very accurate. I don't know. I don't see it as accurate. I don't see it as accurate because if I use a person, that means my goal was to get where I'm trying to get, irregardless of where they're trying to get. That's my thinking of the word use. Like if you're gonna get, like if I want to go somewhere, just like sex, if I want to have a orgasm, I'm gonna have my orgasm. Whether you get one or not is irrelevant to me. To me, that's using. But if I'm going to say, okay, I know I'm going to get an orgasm. Let's both get an orgasm together, or let's both have an orgasm in this situation. Then am I using you then, or are we working together? That's what I want to put out there. That's what I want to put. That's how we want to put out there. And Risa said, "User is nothing but damaged goods." I don't know, Risa. I'm just saying that some people are just have the mentality that everything is about them, right? We've heard content creators have come out and no matter what the conversation is, the conversation usually turns around to them. If they come up, the conversation usually turns around to them, right? And I'm saying, we don't want to be always like that. You know what I mean? Sometimes we can get caught up in being that way, but we don't always want to be like that, right? Quantum said, yes, you are using that person for your orgasm, and they are also using for their same ish. I'm saying that I don't see, like I said, Quantum, and we just playing semantics, but you can say use if you want to, but in my mind, somebody using somebody is only for they're only using the person for their own gain. That's why I say when you got two people that are both trying to get to the same place, they have the same goals, I don't use the word use. I say they're working together in tandem. It's a unified effort to make sure that we accomplish this goal, right? It's like hikers climbing a mountain, right? They're all tied together, right? They're all tied together. They're not using each other, but they all have the same goal, right? They all have the same goal, and they push each other. They push you. Come on, we can do it. We can do it. We can do it. Come on. But is any one of them using the other, or are they all working together on the same goal? I feel like this. Yeah, Daryl, this is live. I'm trying to get it right, brother Big Riggs. I'm trying, man. I know that a lot of times I don't get it right, so I have to listen a lot more. But yeah, Daryl, this is live, brother. Okay. Quantum said It's just a word used as a matter of a personal perspective. We all use each other to get somewhere, and we should all also give back after what we have used. I just, like I said, I just don't look at it, because if I look at it like that, well, I'm not even gonna go into that. I'll say, if I look at it like that, I'll just let it go like that. Shout out to we agree to disagree. Sister Quantum, I still love you. Susan Q said, I think the coffee date is a hoax. She trying to appeal to low maintenance and peaceful, and until they come out crazy, until they crazy come out. Susan Q, what if a man he took you on a date and he took you to a $300 steak? If I take you on a $300 steak, I'm probably going to expect you to reciprocate in some type of way, right? I'm probably going to expect you to reciprocate in some type of way. And if you don't reciprocate, I'm going to be looking like, man, I just wasted $300, right? That's how most guys are going to look at that. That's why I say don't even put them in that position. Take them for a coffee date. That way they won't be able to have their feelings hurt, because you took them on a coffee date for the first time just to see if you got the chemistry, just to see if you got chemistry together. Oh, you got chemistry. Okay, cool. If you got real chemistry, man, you guys know. All you guys know out there, man. You ever been in a situation where you had real chemistry with somebody, right? Before you know it, you done dropped 4 hours. You done dropped 3-4 hours. The people are sweeping up, and you're like, hey, what happened? I just got here. They're like, y'all got to go. We don't care where you go, but you got to get up out of here, right? Since Quantum, yeah, coffee cakes can be. It can be. But you don't want to, my point is, with somebody you don't know that well, you want to be in a place where there's a lot of other people around, and if you got to get out of there, you can get out of there, you know. And you want to make sure you protect it. Brother Doman, appreciate you, brother. Well stated. U.S. has something that something is contributing to your goal and individual, independent, and the outcome of other person. Use does not imply unfair exploitation. It does in certain cases, and that's why I'm trying to tell the sister that we don't want to use people. You know, people have a use, but you don't want to use people. In other words, you use machinery, right? You use machines. You don't expect the machine to benefit from you using them. Well, we're talking about people, and we're talking about relationships. You expect the other person to also benefit with you, right? Unless you're using them. If you're using them, what do you care whether they benefit or not, right? But if I'm not using this person, we actually trying to grow in a relationship together, then now I'm not using them, right? Now I'm concerned whether they are getting something out of this relationship as well. I think if you guys break it down a little bit, you'll see it my way. Susan Q says, and as a woman, I know that I decide then if I want to go or not. True indeed. Sister Rita says, a user is me, but a person can be me without using people. Okay? I see you, Quantum. Big Mike says the steak day should be the 4th day for me. Maybe so. I'm not saying that's something you can decide. I'm saying the very first date, Mike. I'm saying the very first date should be no $200 steak. Quantum says use does not imply unfair expectation. I'm just saying, if you think about it, you use machinery. You use machines. Do you expect the machine to benefit from your use of the machine? No. That's why I'm so reluctant to use the word use when we talk about human beings and relationships, unless one person is getting more than the other person. then I can use the word use. I can say this person is using that person. Why? Because that person is not expecting the other person to benefit from the relationship. They're not expecting that person, or they're not concerned whether they benefit or not. That's all I'm saying to you guys. Maybe use maybe we get stuck on the term, but that's what I'm saying. Excuse me, I agree with coffee dates be amazing. Some women love coffee date. Then when they are in a relationship, they come high maintenance, the opposite of what a man thought he was gonna get. Yeah, but you can find that out up front, right? You say, holy smokes. When she says something like, oh, I got, you see these shoes, you see these cars, you see my car, you see, I need, if you're going to be around me, you got to, kick in. Oh, okay. No bueno. Hasta luego. Right? I don't know. I don't even know you, and you asking me to participate. You asking me to get on the roster of paying customers. I don't even know you yet. Doberman says, use has a negative connotation, which socially speaking does imply negative exploitation. But now you're gonna throw away my whole argument now, Rorschach. On a strictly logical basis, one cannot infer negative exploitation solely on the usage of the word. But I'm just saying to you, brother, that's how it comes off to me. Now, you guys probably don't think that way. You guys don't think that way, but I think that way. That's the issue. That's the issue. Shout out to April Carter. Shout out to Susan Q. Good to see you. Shout out to Doberman. Shout out to see you guys. Just came in late. I was wrapping up shop and you guys came in late. Sister Rita said it can be about you, but you don't have to use anyone to have everything in your world about you. This is true. This is true. Big time Mike. What do you feel is the right and wrong way to vet someone? Okay, I'm gonna answer this question, then I'm done, you guys, because I gotta get out of here. The right way to vet someone. The right way to vet someone is look for red flags. The first thing you need to do is look for red flags. So if you're having a conversation with somebody, let's say you're on that first date and you're in a coffee shop. Listen. What most men don't do. Here's where most men go wrong, Mike. You too, Rorschach, man. But Rorschach, listen to what I'm about to say. Before you take off, brother, listen to what I'm about to say. The first thing you need to do as a man, see what most of us do as men, we talk. We talk too much. We go on a date and we talk about ourselves. And we sitting there trying to impress this woman, telling her everything about how we're a man and we're I'm a man and everything, instead of listening. When you go out on a date, listen. That is your best defense for running into a brother. Thank you, Big Riggs. Appreciate you, brother. Your best defense against running into bad women is using your ears. Your mouth is not going to help you. It's your ears that's going to help you. It's your ears and your eyes. Those are the two things that's going to help you. And then using your legs to run away, right? But you got to listen to a lot of women. Some women will come in. Women, most of the time, if you can get a woman talking, she will tell you all the she'll put all the red flags right there on the table. Boom, 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 boom. I'm married. I'm still married. Where's your husband? In prison. He gets out next week. I have 10 children by 11 different fathers. What? I mean, the average woman will put everything on the table, and women, you have the same ability, right? You can get the man talking. And if you can get a man talking about himself, he'll tell you everything you need to know. Yeah, how crazy he is, how silly he is, what he puts all his time into, how he thinks, his mentality. He will tell you everything. See, we don't listen. I'm talking about men and women. We don't listen. We don't listen. We try to do too much talking. I'm gonna show this girl that I'm the best man within 5 miles, right? So I'm gonna just keep talking, and then you get nervous, right? So nervous. What do nervous people do? They laugh and they talk. They laugh and they talk. They laugh and they talk and they laugh and they talk. And then what ends up happening to them, when they run out of stuff to talk about, they start repeating themselves. Now they look even dumber. They look even stupider because now they're starting to repeat themselves. You're right. Like I said before. Like I said before. Like I said before. Like I said before. Right? No. You really want to see where this is with the type of person you with. Listen. My mother used to say, you got 2 ears and 1 mouth, and that means you should listen twice as much as you should talk. And I was like, wow, that's good advice. Then when I got into the nation, Elijah Muhammad said, you should think 5 times before you open your mouth and say something. Think about that. What if we thought about things 5 times before we even opened our mouth and said something, right? But the point is, that's the best way of vetting someone is to listen. Ask them a bunch of questions. Because when you ask people questions, now they have to decide whether they're going to tell you the truth or not. Right? And you as a logical person, you can add up whether they tell you the truth or not. And if you realize that somebody's lying to you, then you're going to say, "Why? If this person is lying to me now, I don't even know them. What's going to happen when I get in a relationship with them?" Right? But they used to lying to people because of their beauty appearance. They used to lying to people and the people accepting their behavior. Same thing with the men. They used to, because they got a good pipe game, that they could just do whatever, right? Don't fall for that. Some of these women are, man, especially a lot of the crazy ones are gifted in the bedroom. And if you're not wise, you can see, man, this person has a special talent, but that everything else that's going with her, that's why she got a special talent, right? Because the average dude would just walk away from her, right? Don't be that dude. Brother Dylan says, spot on advice. In my real life, I'm highly paranoid about women in my age cohort. I am a man who works 60 to 80 hours a week, and I'm on guard. Stay on guard, Doberman. Stay on guard, man. Stay on guard. You women, too. Everybody stay on guard. The wrong way to vet somebody is by the way most of us do it, right? Beauty appearance by itself. She's fine, man. She's fine. Woo-wee, that girl looks so good. And then you get stuck. Next thing you're in a relationship with a beautiful fool, right? Woman can't cook. Woman can't wash. Woman can't clean. She don't have no skills. Why? Because she never been pressed to get those skills, right? Dude's been running at her since she was 16 years old. Dude's she ain't never been pressed to improve herself at all. Do you really want to be in a relationship like that with someone? I don't want to be in a relationship with somebody that's gonna sit there and tell me, you can't tell me nothing. I ain't gonna, no, that ain't gonna work for me. That ain't gonna work for me. Quantum said that's why you asked all that over coffee, right? That's what I'm saying, Quantum. That's what I'm telling Big Mike. You ask over coffee, you ask everything. You have the coffee and you ask a lot of questions. And the average woman will talk, and she will tell you out of her mouth all of the red flags that are out there. And you can just watch her. You can just observe. Another thing is you can just observe somebody, right? You can observe them and how they go about doing things, right? This is a little known fact for you guys that's out there. What you don't want is a woman if a woman is like, there's the type of women out there that will throw their trash outside of the car, right? They just throw it out the window. You don't want to be with somebody like that, because that person, if they're that unclean with their, and same thing with men. If they're that unclean, then they're probably that unclean with the rest of them, with everything else inside of their life, and it's chaotic inside of their lives, right? Quam said that dinner date is for me, for my glam up, because we had good coffee date. Okay, maybe so. I mean, you know, it's if you got that, if you get that, you know, you get the vibe, you get the chemistry, right? Sister Rita said, no cups and spoons around me. Brother Vaughn said, I wish I had thought this way when I was younger. I was a classic simp. Me too. Vaughn, I had my name embroidered on my simp card, man. I told a simp story on one of my videos. You go back and watch that. I was in the simp army, as they say. But then again, I had no guidance. Yeah, my father passed away before he really got the chance to tell me about women. The absence of a father is detrimental to a son and the daughter as well. Yes, absolutely, man. That's why we got to really start watching who we pick to have children with, because you want to be there, right? You want to be there. But definitely, I was in the simp army. I told, if you really want to hear a funny simp story, because Patrice kill me when she be like, you gonna tell that story again? I'm not gonna tell it again if you hear Patrice. But I would tell you guys to go over there to my videos and see the simp army story that I told, man. It is funny. It is funny. Now that I think about it 30 years later, it's funny. But back then I was hurt, man. I didn't like it. Brother Anderson said, you weren't just a simp, you were simp president. I was simp ruler of the universe, Brother Anderson. I was simp ruler of the universe. I was, man. I was. I don't know if you saw that video. If you saw that video now, I know what you're talking about, Brother Anderson. I was, you saw it too, Quantum. Yeah, I was the leader of the simp universe. It's like, man, I don't think they had a higher, I don't think they even have a higher title of simp than where I was, man. I was such a simp at that time. But hey, you know, it taught me better, you know what I mean? I learned how to be better. All right, y'all. I am out of here, man. I tried to give the brothers some time to come up, and maybe something came up, so he had to go. Because they always give me love. They always show me love over there on Knowledge Relationships. So I was trying to get the brother some time, but I gotta go. I got some other things I gotta do. So we will meet here again, or probably Saturday sometime. Definitely Sunday for sure. True Simp Confessions. Do I need to do that, Vaughn? I tell you what I'll do, Mr. Bryant. If you're willing to come up here and tell a simp story, I'll tell us a couple of simp stories myself. How about that? And we'll do a you know, True Simp Confessions a stream. And because I know Rico got some. I know he got some. We all got some. We all got some. I don't care how big and bad we are. We all got some. Yeah, that's what we need to do. Pray for Usher in the background, huh, Quantum? But what do you say, Vaughn? Huh? I'll tell a few. All right, we'll schedule that. Maybe we'll do that. Maybe we'll do that Saturday, Vaughn. Maybe we'll do that Saturday. You know what, Vaughn? Get my email, man. My email is on the page. Get my email, man. Hit me up. Tell me the best time for you. And it might just be me and you, man. We might just we might be talking about the simp army, because I went from not a few recent I went from private to sergeant to captain to general to admiral to president to leader of the free simp universe, man. I just shot up the ranks, man. Shout out, man. But yeah, man, let me know, man. You know what I mean? My email is in there, man, and you can go to my page and get my email and let me know. Just let me know a time when it's good, convenient for you, man, and we'll do it, man. I got Saturday open, but I don't know what time is good for you. It would be hilarious, Mike. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. I'll tell that story, and I'll even make it better. I'll put in some of the stuff I left out. But I got a few sim stories too, man. Woo, I was a card carrying member, man. I'm talking about card carrying member. All right, y'all. I'm gonna get out of here, man. I will see you later. Did simping lead to your wife? You know what? No. What happened was this is my last question I'm gonna answer. Big time, Mike. Big time drum. What happened, Mike, was can females be simps? Of course, Quantum. Of course. But what happened was what led me to my wife was she was after me. My wife is very light, and so I was trying to date the darker sisters, and the darker sisters didn't want nothing to do with me, man. It was just like pushing me away. So I said, I'm gonna finally give her. I'm gonna give this chick a shot. Here I am, 35 years later, man. Yeah, man. So yeah, I wasn't a simp. By the time I got to my wife, I learned a few things. I still have a few simpish ways that time kind of makes you get rid of those simpish ways, because you start realizing that's not gonna work in a long-term relationship. A woman's not gonna respect you with them simpish ways, right? You don't get too much pushback. When you really be a simp, a woman will like that in the beginning because you do everything she say, but in the long run, you know, she thinks like this. Well, in the case of my wife, she thought like this. Well, if you're doing everything I say, and I'm a woman and I got a vagina, then anybody else with a vagina, you're gonna be doing everything they say. You got to have a standard for you. So they got to see that you have a standard for yourself, right? Because they'll respect that. They respect that. But when you say yes to everything, everything, that's unfortunate, man. And see, I had to learn that one. I had to learn that particular lesson. I had to learn in a relationship with her. I had to learn that in a relationship with her. But man, I was not even close to being a simp when I got married. I had a few simple, a few little things that had to be worked on. But before that, oh man, I was I was Oprah man. I mean, you have to talk nice to women all the time. You can't tell them no. You got everything you're supposed to do. You're supposed to do everything for them. And, if you're not, you're a bad guy. I didn't realize telling a woman, hey, we can't afford that. I thought that was being a bad person, right? But you actually doing, you telling the woman, hey, you let her know, hey, I can't afford to do that right now. Right? If she still care about you, she'll be there. She'll stay there. She'll stick. She may not like it, but she'll stick. And after a while, she'll realize, hey, man, she'll appreciate the fact that you're telling her the truth. And, I'm trying to put her in harm's way just to try to prove a point that you're willing to spin yourself into oblivion. A woman that sees you trying to spin yourself into oblivion, I don't think they're going to respect that too much. But you ladies can tell us. Anyway, thank y'all. Appreciate y'all for hanging out in there. I'm out of here. See y'all on Saturday. And, get with me, Vaughn. Hopefully, man, if you got the time, let me know what we can do. All right, y'all. I'll see y'all on the next broadcast.